All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live for our coverage of the Xfinity 500 for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Martinsville Speedway. And in today's race, we all know it is the penultimate race of the season, and it is the final race of the round of 8 to set the championship for at Phoenix for the NASCAR Cup Series next weekend. 3 spots still remain open into this race. 1 spot is locked in. That is Joey Logano with a win in the first race of the round at Las Vegas. But with Kyle Larson winning last week at Homestead, he's locked into the Owners' Championship because he is still in the Owners' playoffs. But as far as the driver standings go, again, those 3 spots are open and then 2 for the Owners. But needless to say, live commentary for the stream today and what is likely to be the final live commentary race of the season as I am set to head out to Phoenix next weekend. I'll be doing coverage at the track for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, and we will be having some highlight videos from the grandstands of those 3 races this coming weekend. But as far as today goes, it is going to be an interesting one to say the least. And we have really no clue exactly how this race is going to go. It could either go like the spring race earlier this year where there's not a lot of passing and we're going to be seeing some track position and strategy games with 0 tire fall off, or we could see a traditional Martinsville race where we have a lot of beating and banging, especially in the closing laps, maybe similar to the Xfinity Series race yesterday, especially for those that are in the playoffs and fighting for a spot in the championship race next weekend for that championship crown. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I would probably think it'd be more like the spring race just based off of prior reference with this next-gen car and what we've seen even on short tracks in the playoffs, too. Bristol was kind of the same way. Even the Roval when it comes to, like, the road courses and the short track. So I will say that it would probably lean towards that happening, but, again, we don't know. And we're probably about 20 minutes away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. Wade Solinsky, JoJo, Sam Modding, thanks for being the first down in the chat below. And if you are watching, hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well, because we do this every weekend. I am not at the track, and we'll be doing it for all 3 series starting next season. We were only really doing the Cup Series this year, so mainly because of my work schedule, but my work schedule will change before next season, so I will be able to do the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series schedules. Or you hit that subscribe button, you hit that like button, you keep coming back and watching more. Maybe I'll be able to do this full time, and then we could maybe do some other motorsports as well. But needless to say, I don't have time for that right now. So setting all that aside, we've got some racing to do today. It's going to be a fun watch, to say the least. We have a couple driver interviews. It looks like that NBC is getting out in the pre-race. So here is Chase Briscoe with Dylan Welsh.
Do you share that same optimism? Do you have a race-winning car today when you need one?
Yeah, I think so. We had a really good Rush Truck Centers Ford yesterday, so I felt like I gave up the pole by quite a bit. I just made 2 really bad laps and was still able to qualify third. So I think we have a really good car. This place changes a lot, so we just got to stay on top of it. Track position's obviously going to be key. So our pit crew's been phenomenal, really the whole playoffs. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully staying up in the mix today. Going to have to win the race, but think we definitely have a car to do it. So just got to put it all together.
He's got the track position to start. Chase Briscoe rolling from third this afternoon.
All right, Chase Briscoe, pretty cool.
So we're going to talk about the 8 playoff drivers, where they sit in the standings coming into this race today, and then kind of go off of their each, maybe my predictions for them, just similar to how we did things last weekend for the Homestead race. And we're going to start off with Joey Logano. Of course, Logano is locked into the championship 4, so he's not really racing for much today. Maybe going to try to help his teammate Ryan Blaney under certain circumstances get into the championship 4, if that is at all possible. But for Logano, he, I think, is going to be one of the favorites to win today's race. I actually didn't even really get to look at qualifying and practice, so I'll do that right now. Sorry for not doing as much research before the start of this race like I usually do. I was kind of crammed on time this morning. So with Kyle Larson on the pole, let's see where Logano starts. 12th, yeah, I think that will be true to what I was saying, or what I was about to say. But Joey Logano is really good at Martinsville. I mean, he's had, obviously, great track success there over the last couple of years. But not only that, I look at this year in particular with the next-gen car on the flat racetracks, and I think Ford has been the best manufacturer on the flat racetracks this season. You look at Gateway, Joey Logano won that race. You look at Phoenix, Chase Briscoe won that race, and Briscoe starts third today, so that might translate pretty well. Blaney's had consistent finishes at those racetracks as well. Austin Cindric has had good runs too. So I do think that the flat tracks are probably going to be the way to go. These last 2 races of the season are obviously both flat, short tracks. I think that's going to play into the Ford's hands, and I think that's why we could see an upset winner like a Chase Briscoe today, and maybe even next week because he won the spring race at Phoenix. Maybe Ryan Blaney finally gets his first win of the year today and ends up going back-to-back. That could be potentially possible as well to end the season. I do think the Fords are going to have the upper hand. As far as today's race, though, even though all the flat track success Fords have had so far this season, it seems like Hendrick Motorsports dominated, or not seems, they did dominate that Martinsville race earlier this year, and obviously they have the success at Martinsville, the most winningest team at the paperclip of any other in NASCAR history. You look at Kyle Larson on the pole, Chase Elliott outside of the front row. Elliott led a lot of laps here in the spring. Obviously, William Byron dominated and won that race in the spring as well. He did not qualify as high up in the running order as Larson and Elliott. Byron will be starting back at 25th, so I don't think he's got quite the same car he did earlier this season at the racetrack. It is a little bit warmer. Still a cooler weekend, but it's not in the high 30s, low 40s like it was during the night race in the spring. So I do think that, anyway, going back to Logano, I think he could be a threat to win. I'll talk about Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney now because I was talking about the Fords. Like I mentioned, they both qualified really well. I think the Fords are going to be good on the flat tracks these final 2 races of the season. That's kind of been where their strong suit has been with the next-gen car. Chase Briscoe, although he comes into this race 44 points below the cutoff line, likely in a must-win situation, he can go out there, win this race today. It'll be interesting to see how that will come about. If we get any late cautions in the stages, I could see him pitting for track position at the end of it, or staying out during the stage break and the actual race as well. Now, there were more tire tests that went in prior to this race throughout the course of the season. They were doing some tire tests, probably trying to get more tire fall off, so maybe we can see more passing throughout the course of the long run. But if there isn't a lot of tire fall off, that's where the track position is going to come into play. Most certainly that will likely be the case. We'll have to wait and see on that, obviously, again, until this race starts. Chase Briscoe, though, I think he could be a potential underdog to win this championship. I would not be surprised if Briscoe goes out there, wins today, wins Phoenix, just because of how he's ran in the flat tracks this season. That's some of his better races this year. It's where his only win came from. So I definitely think that I was reading the comment section there about the verbiage I used a little bit ago. Anyway, Chase Briscoe, I would not be shocked. Again, with him, Blaney, I don't want to repeat myself over and over again. I know I probably am at this point, but I do feel very high that a Ford is likely going to go to victory lane today. I mean, it might be Kevin Harvick. I mean, he won at Richmond. That's another somewhat flatter racetrack, a short track too. I mean, he could be up there in the mix at the end of the race. Not just those playoff drivers that are Fords. Keselowski as well. He qualified 6th. He's won here a couple times before. I mean, he could be another driver that could potentially do well. Harrison Burton, another Ford, qualified top 10. So, those guys, Cole Custer, 5th, top 5, qualifying. I think he could have a good race today. He's been pretty good on the flat tracks and the road courses this season. That's kind of been the only tracks he's been remotely good at, but here we are at another flat track this season. So I do think there is going to be a Ford going to victory lane today by the end of this race. As far as Ryan Blaney, he is 18 points below the cutoff line. He's the last of the Fords of the 3 that are in the playoffs right now. If it wasn't for him spinning at the end of Homestead following the final green flag pit stop, or spinning at the in the final stage at Las Vegas as well, he would definitely be above the cutoff line and probably be right between Chastain and Elliott. I'd probably say about 15 points or so to the good. I mean, he has given up about 30 points in the final stage in the last 2 races. But coulda, woulda, shoulda, that isn't what happened. He did not finish those races off, and it was pretty much driver error for both of those mistakes, which is definitely something he can make up for with a win today or even a solid points day. It's going to be tough to outpoint William Byron by 18 points, but I do think it's possible only because Blaney's starting in the top 5 and William Byron's back in 25th. If we don't see a lot of passing today and we see similar to what we saw in the spring, I think Ryan Blaney can make up that points deficit on William Byron. The problem is he's also got to make up 13 points on Denny Hamlin. So we look at the cutoff line. Yeah, he's 18 points behind Byron. He outqualified him by almost that many positions. I think it is actually over that many positions. I think it is possible that he can make those points up just in the stages alone, but he also has to make up 13 on Denny Hamlin, and I think that's going to be a little harder than trying to outpoint Byron just based off of where they were in practice and qualifying, because Hamlin ended up qualifying 11th, so he's just outside the top 10 to start the race today. He was pretty good in practice yesterday. Hamlin obviously, top of the charts in practice. He was really good in practice the day before. Blaney was pretty good too, though. He ended up second fastest. Honestly, if we look at the Fords, I'd probably lean towards Briscoe or Blaney winning this race. And I'm probably going to make my bet and say Ryan Blaney will win today's race. I think he's going to be my prediction. I'm not a homer by any means because I try to call this, down the middle. I think I've only picked him to win a couple times this season. But needless to say, though, he's been pretty fast. He does have 3 career second-place finishes at Martinsville, all since 2019. So I do think today he will get the grandfather clock. I think assuming he doesn't win, though, I don't think he's going to be able to outpoint Denny Hamlin. So that's why I feel like Blaney's going to have to win today's race. Now, it could be wrong. Hamlin could have a pit road mistake at some point in time, like under a caution, and they go to the tail end of the field. That's something that that 11 team has done most of the season. So that could definitely swing things as well. You can't make those kinds of mistakes this late in the season. And Blaney's done a couple on the track for sure. Terry Lewis, Derek Booth, Brandon Martinez, Tyler Burbeck. Let's see here. Zaya Z. And others. Welcome into the stream. Jeff Sperry. Wade Solinsky. I already shouted you out, I think. But yeah, thanks for everybody tuning in. We have over 50 people watching. The race has not started yet. Ross Chastain, 19 points above the cutoff line. We'll talk about him just for a brief moment. He was pretty fast in practice yesterday, too, if I remember correctly. Let's see where he was. Okay, maybe not. 18th, mid-pack. Not as good as I thought. I thought he was top 10 for some reason. Might have been just his group, I think, is what I was basing that off of. He did qualify top 10, though. He will be starting in 9th. I think he'll have an alright day. He had a good race in the spring, and I've noticed that a lot of the tracks that Chastain ran at the beginning of the season that have reoccurred in the playoffs, he's also ran well at. Hence, Las Vegas earlier in the round. Texas, he had a pretty strong car. Also did in the All-Star race. So I do think that will translate well for him because he did have a top 5 at Martinsville earlier this season. And I think Ross Chastain could have another great race today. I don't see him giving up 19 points to Blaney personally, to Hamlin personally, unless Denny Hamlin gets his retribution on Chastain. I mean, that could be perfectly possible as well. But unless that happens, I don't see Ross Chastain making any mistakes. It really seems like he's kind of hauled everything in. He's been racing more conservatively, and although he's not winning any races late in the season, he's getting consistent finishes because of it, and that's why he's moving on round from round, and round to round, because of his consistency. So I would probably lean on Chastain having another great, consistent day. He might have to go out there and win the race next week, but that's not what he has to do today. And I think he's been thinking big picture since the playoffs started, and he's really honed in his driving ability and driving craft here late in the season. Mark the Bar 6 for tuning in. Denny Hamlin always finding ways to win from penalties at pit road. It's possible. It's possible if he has those issues, but I don't think it's likely. Obviously, it's never likely when you have those situations at any track anyway, but I think with the package we've seen on the short tracks this year, it'd be even harder today just because outside of restarts, we're not going to probably see a lot of passing. Unless we see a lot of tire fall off. That's like the only way we're going to see that. Thoughts on Ty Gibbs dumping his own team? I'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. We don't really have time for that right now. That's a thing of its own, to say the least. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that at some point in time later in the day. Especially if we don't have a lot of passing. We have a lot of double moments. I'll probably dabble into that conversation. Got a couple other drivers to get through. Denny Hamlin, I was just talking about there briefly. He's only 5 points behind William Byron. I think he's got the best chance to point his way in of those from Byron, who is 4th in the standings on back. Chase Elliott, I think, is going to have a strong car today. He's 11 points to the good. I think he'll run similar to how he did in the spring. It'll be top 5 pretty much all day. If that is the case, Elliott's not moving backwards. And I think Chastain qualified well enough. He's going to have a good, consistent day. Even if he's back half of the top 10, that'll be good enough with this cushion, and he'll make it in no matter who wins. So I think it's Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Ryan Blaney, personally, and Briscoe if he wins. But I did predict Ryan Blaney to win this race today. So I have, if Blaney wins, I don't think Hamlin or Byron can catch Elliott or Chastain. I think Chastain's too far ahead, especially on Byron compared to how bad Byron qualified. And Hamlin would pretty much have to dump Chastain. That's going to be about the only chance that he's going to have, in my personal opinion, because if Ryan Blaney wins. If Ryan Blaney doesn't win, I think Hamlin's going to get in. If Blaney doesn't win the race today, or Briscoe doesn't win the race today, I think the Fords will be good. Then I'm going to say that Denny Hamlin is going to make it in on points. But because I have Blaney winning, I don't think Hamlin's going to catch Elliott. I think Elliott's going to have a car that could compete for the win today also. And I think that Chastain's just too many points ahead of him. I mean, he's not going to make up 19 points on Ross unless he puts him in the wall or something, so which could happen as well. So there's definitely a lot of different variables going into this, but that's probably where I'm going to lean. Christopher Bell, 33 points below the cutoff line, likely in a must-win situation as well. We look at where he qualified, which was further back in the field, 20th. He is the last driver below the cutoff line, but the second last driver based on the playoff drivers that qualifying had brought to us yesterday. So I'd probably lean towards Bell not having a great day. This track doesn't really suit his driving style too well either, which is strange though considering how good he was at New Hampshire. But outside of that, the Toyotas on the road courses and the flatter short tracks have just not been good this season. And even Toyota at New Hampshire that day, it wasn't good except for Bell. So I would probably lean towards Bell not having a great day, if I did have to say so myself. Dark Crypto, thanks for tuning in. Hamlin dumps Chastain. Watch Hamlin be suspended next week. No, that's not going to... I mean, if he's like a couple laps down when he does it, but if they're battling for position, especially late in the race, no, he won't. I mean, NASCAR didn't do it with Ty Gibbs. If you're battling for position and for a win, and you dump somebody, I've never seen NASCAR penalize anybody for it. I have never, not in the past, not this season, never. I've never seen it, so I don't think so. And I think that's why Gibbs didn't get penalized yesterday for it. I mean, it kind of seemed like that from NASCAR's statement, too. Strange Tutor, thanks for tuning in. He says Elliott's going to win. I think that is a good possibility. I'm just leaning towards the Fords a little more heavily today. Corey Freet, thanks for tuning in also. Blaney's going to have a good run today. Yeah, I hope so. I hope my predictions are right. Even if he doesn't win, I just hope he makes it. I just don't think he can make up the points deficit without winning just because of how good Hamlin is here and how good of a run he had. We'll go through the starting lineup quickly as they are on the pace laps, have been for about a minute or so now. Kyle Larson on the pole today. Chase Elliott outside of the front row. Larson locked into the Owners' Championship, so I mean, he's just racing for another career win at this point today. Trying to go back-to-back after winning at Homestead last weekend. And Chase Elliott 11 points above the cutoff line. Trying to have just a solid, clean day. And he'll be making his way for yet a second championship next week as well. Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney in row number 2. Chase Briscoe on the inside of the row is 44 points below the cutoff line after DNF last weekend at Homestead. He's likely in a must-win situation. Ryan Blaney 18 points below the cutoff line. My pick to win. It could be in a must-win situation depending on how the stages and the stage points are earned between Byron and Hamlin ahead of him in points. Cole Custer, Brad Keselowski in row number 3 mentioned that the Fords were really strong on-track activity yesterday. They've been really strong this season on the flat tracks. Watch those two today. Potential that Keselowski could pull off an upset, maybe even Cole Custer. We'll have to wait and see. Daniel Suarez and Kevin Harvick in row 4. Harvick, another Ford up there towards the front of the field to start the race. And Daniel Suarez, one of the top Chevrolets yesterday. Of course, the third fastest in qualifying. Ross Chastain, Harrison Burton in row 5. Burton, another Ford inside the top 10. 6 of them starting inside the top 10 today. He's looking for a good run in his fall Martinsville debut. in the Cup Series, and Ross Chastain is 19 points to the good coming into this race. He's the highest driver on points of the 7 remaining in the playoffs, trying to fight for a championship next week, and he is most likely, I think, of those drivers to make it into the next round, barring a mistake or retribution from Denny Hamlin, like I mentioned moments ago. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano will be in row number 6. Hamlin 5 points behind William Byron. He's the first driver below the cutoff line. Joey Logano locked in the championship 4. He won the first race of the round at Las Vegas. Michael McDowell and Corey LaJoie in row number 7. Good qualifying efforts for both of those two. Eric Almirola and Austin Dillon will be in row 8. Dillon had a top 5 in the spring, so maybe watch out for him today. Noah Gragson and Kyle Busch back in row number 9. And Kyle Busch, obviously known to be very good. He was good on some of the flat tracks earlier this season as well. Finished second at Gateway, so this could be a potential good run for him today. It'll be interesting to see how he fights through traffic. Gragson making his debut in the Cup Series at Martinsville today. Last week he'll be filling in for the 48, as Bowman will be back in the 48 next weekend at Phoenix. Ty Gill and Christopher Bell will be in row number 10. Bell sits 33 points below the cutoff line, as mentioned moments ago, and he is likely in a must-win situation considering how far back he qualified, unless he can get a ton of stage points and hope for a little bit of help from those drivers in the standings ahead of him. AJ Allmendinger and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 11. Allmendinger finished 3rd last weekend at Homestead in the Cup Series, looking to continue his hot streak there. He was bumped from the Xfinity Series playoffs late yesterday. Had a flat tire late in that race while battling Allgaier for the final spot at the time being. So looking to just capitalize on the good momentum. He is a very underrated Martinsville racer. He actually has a couple second-place finishes in the Cup Series in his career here. Chris Buescher on the outside of the row, starting a lot further back in the running order. Didn't have the same speed as teammate Keselowski had in on-track activity yesterday, but we'll see how he'll bounce back on-track performance today. Eric Jones, Bubba Wallace in row number 17. Bubba Wallace back from his 1-week suspension. And Eric Jones did not run very well last week and was hovering around 30th at Homestead, so he's looking for a bounce-back performance this weekend as well. William Byron and Ty Gibbs in row number 18. Byron comes in 5 points to the good above the cutoff line, but he has his work cut out for him starting deep in the field, the last of the 8 drivers remaining in the playoffs through qualifying yesterday. And Ty Gibbs, yesterday's Xfinity Series winner, trying to sweep the race weekend. Martin Truex Jr. and Tyler Reddick will be deep in the field back in row number 14. Row 15 will be Justin Haley, Austin Cindric. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Dillon in row 16. Landon Castle, BJ McLeod, row 17. JJ Yaley, Cody Ware in row 18, rounding out the 36-car field today. 500 laps around the half-mile paperclip. Field heading into turns 3 and 4, and they'll be going green this time by. Waiting on the field to get... Oh, they added another pace lap. It looked like the pace car's still on the racetrack. So they will not be going green this time. But I kind of rushed through those last 7 rows so I can get there before the start of the race. But they added another pace lap, so they'll be going green next time by. Now they got the one to go signal once again. Kyle Larson elected the outside lane for the start. We got 100 people in the chat watching already. And we'll see many more throughout the course of the race today. Can't wait to see what happens. Martinsville, one of my favorite racetracks on the NASCAR schedule. Was here for this race last season, but I'm glad at the same time to be here with you guys this week. And the only sad part is I don't have any Martinsville hot dogs on me, so I will have to fend for myself, it looks like, at the end of the night. But needless to say, I'm ready. We're going to have some fun racing today. Going to see a lot of aggressiveness from those playoff drivers from the get-go, especially those that started deep in the field. The Hendrick Chevys at the front will lead their way into the Geico restart zone. Kyle Larson will lead the field to the green, and we are underway in the Xfinity 500 elimination race in the round of 8 for the Cup Series. Elliott might have had a little bit of team orders there, maybe backing up the inside line off the start, as Kyle Larson just had a great launch, was able to clear to the inside well before getting into turn 1, and Ryan Blaney, who was on the outside in row 2 behind Larson, was able to take advantage and get to the outside of Chase Elliott as they battle for second place off of turn 4. Larson will lead the opening lap of the race. A major fight for the bottom going on throughout the field, as that top lane definitely not rubbered in the early going. A little contact in turns 3 and 4 door-to-door between Elliott and Blaney. Blaney might have held the 9 of Elliott just a bit too tight in the corner, and Elliott moved him up the track a bit. gets the acceleration off turn 4 and finally clears Ryan Blaney as Blaney hops in line right in front of the 14 of Briscoe before getting freight trained as he'll hold on to third place. Side by side in the back half of the top 10 right now is Daniel Suarez and Kevin Harvick battling for about 7th, and then also behind them Denny Hamlin and Harrison Burton battling for 10th as they are also side by side. Harvick unable to get to the bottom though as Suarez was able to clear Kevin Harvick. Ross Chastain will clear Kevin Harvick off turn 4. Harvick still stuck on the top and going backwards as Denny Hamlin, who just got by Harrison Burton now on the inside of the 4 car off turn 2. 3 laps in, Harvick finds his way to the bottom finally in front of Joey Logano in the 22 after Denny Hamlin was able to get around. I think he was letting those guys go just so he could try to find his way to the bottom before there's a huge accordion line, much bigger than what they were. Harrison Burton still on the outside though, with Logano underneath him. Burton, after qualifying on the outside row in row 5, just has not been able to get down. And the rookie's going backwards. Logano runs him up just a little bit. Slight contact in turns 3 and 4. Burton trying to really squeeze the 22 car down as much as possible, trying to keep the car on the inside from trying to get a better drive off. You can seem to get a better drive off on the outside, but you're giving up so much in the middle and even the entrance of the corner by taking the longest route around the racetrack. Bush Brothers fan, NASCAR Cup Series 2311 Racing, Scotty Dingus. Also, thanks for tuning into the stream. I don't think Gibbs' move was okay by any means yesterday. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the race. Didn't have time to cover that in the pre-race. More focused on today's action. William Byron isn't stuck on the outside of the racetrack right now. He's back in the 24th place position. A couple laps ago, he ended up actually bouncing off the curb into the 43 of Eric Jones as he made his way around him. And then there was also contact between Truex and Jones off the exit of that same corner further back. That curb definitely launched the 24 car quite a bit. The idea is to get as close to it as possible without touching it, but in 500 laps, it's very easy to touch it, I'm sure, multiple times throughout the course of the race today. More contact between Truex and Jones battling for position. Truex again making contact with the 43. I think the 43 is just kind of squeezing the 19 too far down. Didn't look like Truex was off the curb by that much all the way through the corner. That we know Truex to be a pretty clean racer as well. But either way, the 43 car going to have to give that spot up after contact multiple corners in a row with both the 2 cars just in front of him now. Single file line through pretty much the entire field as everybody has pretty much found their way to the bottom that started up on the outside. And we're 11 laps complete at the start-finish line. It's an 0.8 of a second lead for Kyle Larson, picking up where he left off after dominating Homestead last weekend. And now trying to dominate this race today as well. He has never won in the Cup Series in his career at Martinsville. Really in any of the top 3 series in NASCAR, so we'll see if he can try to capture that first grandfather clock today. Ross Chastain looking low, trying to get around his teammate Daniel Suarez. Going to race him straight up, doesn't make any contact with him at least that time. A little bit closer to the curbing on the inside was Chastain. And now he'll go to the outside, and I think Suarez is going to let the 1 car go. Hamlin with a closing rate to the back of both of their race cars. So Chastain gets by his teammate, Daniel Suarez. He's moved up a couple spots quicker than Suarez as he qualified just a bit behind him. Suarez noticed that and probably let him go as now Suarez starting to hold up a couple of the cars behind him of Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick. And Hamlin's still got a lot of pressure behind from Harvick, as Harvick's actually closer to the 11 than the 11 is to the 99. Yeah, Corey LaJoie had a great qualifying effort. Qualified 14th, got a couple spots off the start. He's up to 12. He had a good run here in the night race in 2020, so we'll see what he can do today. Benny B, thanks for tuning in. How's Larson doing? He's dominating right now. He's got a 1 second race lead over Chase Elliott, and he's led the first 16 laps. Joseph C3, welcome. He's pulling for Kyle Larson as well. Points as we sit on the playoff bubble. This is going to change quite a bit today, especially in the first couple stages until stage points are awarded. But Chase Elliott, while running in second, is 32 points above the cutoff line. Ross Chastain's 25 points above the cutoff line. And then Ryan Blaney, as of right now, is 5 points above the cutoff line on Denny Hamlin, who is -5 just as he came in. Byron is 19 points below the cutoff line as he currently sits back in 24th after starting 25th. Chase Briscoe, 29 points back, but he is in the top 5 still in 4th. And then Christopher Bell is 46 back. He also qualified deeper in the field. He's gained 2 spots from the start of the race from 20th to 18th. Definitely not seeing a lot of passing right now, although the field towards the front are starting to get a little more separated. If we have long green flag runs, because of how hard it is to pass with this next-gen car in the flat tracks, it'll be interesting to see when we get the lap traffic if cars are going to be able to potentially catch up to Kyle Larson. Elliott a little bit quicker the last 2 laps than Larson, and he's cut that lead down to about 9/10 of a second now. We'll also have to see, obviously, if Larson's got more of a short-run car or a long-run car. I would like to think you're going to want a long-run car today just based off of how the spring race went. Even though I feel like short runs is usually where you would want to go with Martinsville just because of the likelihood of a caution coming out every so often. Heading into the first commercial break of the race, full screen for NBC. 25 laps in, and Kyle Larson has led them all. 0.8 of a second is his lead now over Chase Elliott during the break, with Elliott in P2 right where he started. Ryan Blaney in 3rd. Chase Briscoe in 4th. Brad Keselowski 5th. Cole Custer in 6th. Ross Chastain up to 7th. Daniel Suarez in 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. And Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10. Joey Logano in 11th. Corey LaJoie in 12th. Harrison Burton 13th. Michael McDowell 14th. Austin Dillon is 15th. Eric Almirola in 16th, Kyle Busch 17th, Christopher Bell 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, and Chris Buescher is 20th. Ty Gillen in 21st, A.J. Allmendinger in 22nd, Bubba Wallace 23rd, William Byron 24th, Martin Truex Jr. 25th, Eric Jones 26th, Austin Cindric 27th, Tyler Reddick in 28th, Ty Gibbs 29th, Ty Dillon in 30th. Ricky Stenhouse, Justin Haley rather in 31st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 32nd. Landon Castle 33rd. J.J. Haley 34th. Cody Ware 35th. And B.J. McLeod, first car lap down, already in 36th. So already into lap traffic at the tail end of the field is Larson. Lead down to 0.6 of a second now during the commercial break, likely due to the lap traffic ahead of Larson. Elliott's slowly catching up, and maybe we'll see a battle for the lead when they come back from the break. Again, you're watching the Xfinity 500 live on this channel, KRC. I like to call it Keegan's Racing Channel. We do these live commentary streams, and we do them for every NASCAR race I pretty much don't go to. So we're doing them for all 3 series starting next year, rather than just the Cup season. Christopher McComas, thanks for tuning in. Jason Byron, keep Hamlin out. Gonna have to keep Blaney out right now, too. He's sitting above the cutoff line as we run. Not a lot of changing of position in the early going. Chase Elliott now within 0.2 of a second behind Larson. Blaney less than a second off the lead now as well, as Larson seems to be struggling in lap traffic after the first 31 laps have been led by the 5. Larson just clearing a lap car of Cody Ware off turn 2. Chase Elliott dive bombs into 3 to quickly get around Cody Ware, much quicker than Larson was able to. And Elliott only about a car length and a half roughly behind Larson in the middle of the corners. We'll see how these guys battle. Yeah, not a lot of big moves being made through the field right now until we get more spread apart and more lap traffic becomes attainable. We might have more battles throughout the course of the longer runs, especially if we see more tire fall off. Jimmy Salyer, thanks for tuning in. A couple of the Rick Ware cars have gone a lap down now. Larson's starting to build that gap back up on Chase Elliott. Elliott seemed to struggle to pass the 15 car a bit more than Kyle Larson. You have to watch out for Byron with him being in 24th and Larson already in lap traffic. He's really only the length of the front straightaway ahead of the race leader. Could be in danger of going a lap down before the end of stage 1, which could definitely eliminate him from getting any stage points not only in the first stage but the second stage based off strategy as well. Pretty much eliminates all strategy you could possibly have of getting that track position back quickly at least. So Byron could have to be pretty aggressive here at the tail end of the field as he's sitting behind Bubba Wallace in the 45 car right now. Running a bit higher of a lane, maybe trying to get a better drive off. About a half a lane higher than what Wallace was. Kyle Busch going to let his teammate Christopher Bell get around him for 17th. And quickly hops in line right in front of the 48 of Noah Gragson. Gragson off the curb, lost a little bit of grip off turn 4. And with these next-gen cars, these guys are probably shifting every single corner, every single lap around this racetrack. We'd see shifting with the Gen 6 car from time to time. Drivers would go from 3rd to 4th, but with the sequential gearbox on the next-gen cars, we'll probably see more of that a lap than what we ever would have before. Now, points haven't changed since the last time I talked about it a couple laps, about 10 laps ago, so. They literally haven't changed. They're like all the same except for Bell's lost a couple more spots, or has gained 1 spot. That's literally the only difference. Oh, jeez. Elliott to the back bumper of Kyle Larson gave him a little bump that time. Ryan Blaney also within a half a second of the race lead. And the 4th place driver, Chase Briscoe, within 0.8 of a second. They're side-by-side lap traffic in front of Larson, so he couldn't really go anywhere with the 77 and the 31 battling at the tail end of the lead lap right in front of him. Elliott with another little bump in the middle of the corner. He's trying to get Larson to move out of the way or hopefully get around those 2 cars in front of him because Ryan Blaney's putting a lot of pressure on the Hendrick Chevys. Elliott all over the rear bumper of Kyle Larson, working him corner after corner. But Larson's hitting his marks. He's not coming up off the bottom. I'd have to imagine with Elliott being his teammate that he's going to not just, completely try to move him up out of the way, but Larson cannot get around the 77 of Landon Castle right now. Top 4 under a blanket. Chase Briscoe trying to set up Ryan Blaney for a potential pass for 3rd. Kind of chattered the rear tires off of turn 2. Couldn't get a great drive off. But he is entering the corner quite a bit wider than the 3 cars in front of him. And Elliott seems to be the lowest around the curbing than all 3 of them, at least that last time by. Chase Briscoe trying to get the outside maybe a little bit rubbered in so that move could potentially be open over the long haul as well. Not a lot of cars running the outside. With it being a pretty much fight for the bottom, as Martinsville usually is. Especially now. Larson finally going to get around Landon Castle. Castle on the outside lane. Elliott to the inside as well. Elliott slid the rear tires though, trying to keep it off the 77 on his outside. Lost a bit of ground. And Briscoe drove it in deep, trying to get the Blaney's rear bumper into turn 3 in that battle for 3rd place, but couldn't quite get to him. Brad Keselowski in 5th place starting to close in now within a second and a half off the lead. And he's only about 2 or 3 car lengths behind Briscoe on the back straightaway. Entering into turns 3 and 4, Briscoe gets into the left rear of Ryan Blaney, trying to move him up the racetrack. Side by side for 3rd place now to the start-finish line on the front straightaway. And Briscoe will take over the spot. Blaney trying to get to the bottom right in front of Keselowski, who had to lock the tires up. Blaney now into the back bumper of the 14 car. All that did was push him further ahead. And now the 6 is going to dive bomb to the inside of Ryan Blaney into turn 3 and can't get around him there. Cole Custer right in line as well behind Keselowski. So the Ford's starting to shake it up for position. Keselowski going to lose a spot to Custer, it looks like. Brad trying to really arc the corner off in the center. What a great crossover move by Brad Keselowski. And that's where the veteran presence comes into play, as Cole Custer made the move to the inside. Keselowski knew he wasn't going to win that spot in the middle of the corner by being on the outside. So he arced the corner off majorly, got back into the gas much quicker than Custer, beat him back through the shifts, and was able to get back to the inside. Now as they battle side by side, Blaney's starting to get away from him a little bit, as he's already 0.7 of a second behind Briscoe, who just took over third from him. And we're starting to see some battling for positions going on right now. A little contact off turn 4 between the 6 and the 41s. The 6 pushed a little bit wide. Custer's still not clear, though, and Keselowski late breaking into the corner to try to stay underneath the door of the 41. Ross Chastain closing in on the 6 and the 41 cars now, and may have a shot to get inside the top 5 shortly. Another full-screen commercial break on NBC right now. Your top 10 would have Kyle Larson in the lead by 0.2 of a second over Chase Elliott still. Chase Briscoe is in third place, 0.7 of a second off the lead. Ryan Blaney in fourth, 1.9 back. Cole Custer has just passed Brad Keselowski now for fifth place, as he was able to hold clear on the outside. He's 2.4 seconds off the lead. Keselowski in sixth still, 2.9 seconds back. Ross Chastain in seventh place, 3.3 seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez, his teammate behind him, at 3.5 seconds back. Denny Hamlin 4 seconds back in ninth, and Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10. He's 6.5 seconds off the race lead. And we currently have 32 cars on the lead lap. And Larson has led all 52 laps so far, but Elliott has been pretty close behind him for about the last 20 to 30 laps. Six gave the 12 a break. Yeah, he did, because he jammed on the brakes quite a bit when Blaney tried to cut himself back in line. I'd say so too. Matt Young, thanks for tuning in. I'm sure Blaney and Keselowski have a lot of respect for each other, though, too. That probably played into that, I'm sure. That and Brad knowing it's a very long race and we're still in the early going yet. Him not being a playoff driver, he wasn't going to be as aggressive as, say, Briscoe and Blaney, who were in the playoffs. And Briscoe, of course, tried to... Well, he did move Blaney up out of the way, and then Blaney tried to get into him back again, and didn't work. David Thexton, thanks for tuning in. It says Xfinity 500. That's the title sponsor of the race. It's not the Xfinity race. The race name is the Xfinity 500. NASCAR 2406 fan for life 77 hashtag NASCAR. Thanks for tuning in also. $140 people watching in the chat right now. Be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Larson has pulled away from Elliott just a bit as NBC's back from the commercial break. Justin Haley in between the top two right now, and Briscoe's closed in to Chase Elliott in the battle for second. And Blaney slowly closing on the 14 again as well. He's 1.3 seconds off the lead. I think he was about 2.3 back when Briscoe originally got around him. It's hard to pass whether you're a lap car or a lead lap car right now. And that's why you're seeing the leaders all get kind of bunched up as they close in behind more and more lap traffic, because Kyle Larson had about a 1.2 second lead before he hit that first lap car. Took him a few extra laps to get around that first car, and ever since, Chase Elliott's been within a half a second or less. Got into the back of him a couple times as well in the middle of the run. There's no playoff points on the line either for these playoff drivers, with the next round only being one race at Phoenix next weekend. Here's Larson with his team communication.
You're smooth laps. You're better than all those guys behind you, and that's really paying off for you. You look great. Going good.
That's his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, just giving a little bit of information as he moves Ty Dillon out of the way there down into turn 3 to help him understand where he's better than the cars behind him right now, continuing to lead, Dave.
Great qualifying run for 24-year-old California. Cole Custer in that 41 car. He qualified fifth. That's where he runs right now. Trying to be a non-playoff driver to make a little noise here today. The car's going a little bit freer right now. He's trying to fight that off, Marty.
Dave, it's early, but another terrific run for Brad Keselowski coming off, yes, his first top 5 of the season at Miami last week. We're right on board right now with Brad. Car very good. I asked him earlier this week about coming to Martinsville, a track that he loves. He said, listen, we're not fighting aero zero. We're not fighting new tire combinations. This is a place where we can come and race everybody heads up, showing that he has speed at RFK, sitting 6 right now, Dylan.
And Marty, both of the Trackhouse cars have been solid so far this weekend. Daniel Suarez runs in the 9th position. Reported that he just needed help getting pointed off of the corner. They had to make an adjustment on his entry into the corner. That seemed to help a little bit, but I think they were expecting to be a little bit better at this point in the run. So they felt like after an adjustment they made in practice yesterday about 40 or 50, the car was going to start coming to them. It hasn't really yet, so expect some adjustments here from Suarez the first time down pit road.
And Hamlin actually just got by Daniel Suarez for 8th place not that long ago. Also, Kyle Larson put the bumper to Ty Dillon after not being able to get around him for a few corners, moved him up out of the way, and he was able to run away from Elliott just a bit, but now Larson's caught the back of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was the last car in the lead lap. We're about halfway through stage 1. The first stage is 130 laps in length. Not long by any means, especially by Martinsville standards. These laps go by quickly as you get about 3 in a minute roughly. Fastest lap of the day, I believe, is Larson with a 20.020. So we might be seeing some lap times in the 19s, I'm sure, before the end of the race when drivers are on fresher tires and the track has more grip and more rubber laid down to it. Kyle Larson, Eric Jones battling for position side by side. It's like Kyle Busch's car is very loose. Looks like those rear tires moving around quite a bit in the middle of the corner. The rear of the car itself is sliding around all the way through the corner. He's almost kind of dirt tracking it up on the outside. Couldn't get to the bottom either. Austin Cindric is now going to get underneath him. And these guys that are racing around Busch right now in potential danger of going a lap down, with Larson already lapping inside the top 30. Current points battle as of right now, and again, this will change a lot throughout the first... Well, never mind. It just disappeared on me. Okay, there it is. It's back again. Again, Logano is in the next round with winning the first race of the round at Las Vegas. Chase Elliott, 30 points to the good still. Ross Chastain, 20 points to the good. Denny Hamlin, only 4 points to the good. That's swung a couple points now because of the 11 gaining a few spots up to 7th place, and then Ryan Blaney also moving backwards a spot with the first stage not being concluded yet. It's factoring in where they'll finish in the stages into that running order. So Denny Hamlin is plus 4 points above the cutoff line, last driver in as of right now. Ryan Blaney is minus 4 as of right now. William Byron still minus 19. Chase Briscoe minus 27. And then Christopher Bell still minus 45. Battle for the race lead right now between Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, and Larson might have just let the 9 car go because Chase Elliott will easily get around him in turns 3 and 4, and we have our first new leader of the race. Chase Briscoe is starting to close in again behind the 9. I think Elliott realized he had to get going and gets around Kyle Larson easily, and all of a sudden Chase Briscoe put pressure on Kyle Larson for 2nd place, already a half a second off the lead. Larson and Elliott not really going to go anywhere right now, though, because there is a train of about 5 more lap cars right in front of Chase Elliott he's got to get around. And the more cars they put a lap down, the more likely it is that it's going to be harder and harder to pass, because those drivers, as we get closer to the end of the stage, are going to try to fight to stay on the lead lap. Plus, they're just faster cars. They're not back markers anymore. Some of the drivers at the rear of the field about to go lap down would include Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric, Martin Truex Jr., William Byron. So those are all drivers in good equipment. And it's going to start stacking up the leaders more and more as we get towards the end of Stage 1. Brandon Ramsey, thanks for tuning in. Mitchell Fisher as well, welcome. BJ McLeod going to 2nd lap down. Ryan Blaney closing in on the back bumper of the 14 car of Chase Briscoe once again. We'll see if he'll give him a bump back. Got to be smart about it. You don't want to get too rough early in the race and get a driver hot under the collar, and then they end up doing something that you regret kind of getting back at him. But Blaney's still in the points battle. Briscoe likely not in a points battle. He's likely in a must-win situation, so Blaney might try to be a little more aggressive in trying to pass Briscoe. Briscoe just trying to fight for that track position early on. Ty Gibbs has just went a lap down about a lap ago or so to Elliott. So another lap car between the top 2. And of course, again, the free pass is awarded to the first car lap down during the caution or the stage break, whatever comes first. And right now, we still have about 55 laps to go yet in stage 1. But Chase Elliott has now led 7 laps after Larson led the first 69 to start the race. Another full-screen commercial break on NBC. So again, Chase Elliott, your race leader. 0.6 of a second off the lead is Kyle Larson in second. Chase Briscoe, 1.2 seconds off the lead in third. Cole Custer up to 4th place, 1.6 seconds off the lead. Brad Keselowski in 5th, 2.4 seconds off the lead. So Blaney fell back to 6th during the commercial break. Lost a couple spots to Custer and Keselowski. I don't know if maybe Custer moved him, or if I had to guess, I'm guessing Blaney tried to move the 14 and then it ended up not working out. Because I don't remember Custer and Keselowski being that close behind the 14 and the 12, although they could have been. It was just a camera angle that we were all looking at. Still wait for them to come back from the commercial break right now. I'm glad the raw feed was up and running right away in the stream. Billy Carjoy, thanks for tuning in. Villanor, also welcome from Norway. What's going on with Byron? He just didn't qualify well. He's stuck back at 22nd. He's gained 3 spots from the start of the race. Dark Shadows, welcome into the stream. He's pulling for Christopher Bell today. Chase Elliott trying to keep his dominating season intact. Doesn't have to win today's race to make it to the championship 4, but he's looking for yet another win on the year. Boost that average finish up a little bit more. 0.7 of a second ahead of Kyle Larson now. Tyler Reddick is now the first car lap down. Last car in the lead lap is a 43 of Eric Jones. Right in front of Chase Elliott, in fact. Hamlin closing on the back bumper of Ryan Blaney as well. Trying to really widen his arc out into the corner, showing a replay of what happened to Ryan Blaney. Cole Custer making a dive into turn 1. Moved him up out of the way. That's about all it was. So Custer put the bumper to Ryan Blaney, and then Blaney ended up falling back couple positions as a result. And Denny Hamlin now has gotten by the 12 of Blaney for 6th place. So Blaney's starting to go backwards on this long run. I think he's just kind of stuck in traffic, kind of being patient, not going anywhere, and the drivers behind him not being patient, because Briscoe put a big bump to Blaney, moved him up out of the way earlier. Blaney caught back up to Briscoe, and he was right behind the 14 when Custer put the bump on the 12. And obviously lost a couple spots as a result. I'm not sure if Denny Hamlin was able to get around the 12 car cleanly or not. I'd like to think so, because Hamlin is gaining quite a few positions right now. He's underneath the 6 pretty quickly. Here's Blaney's team communication.
So there's the feedback. 46 to go in this stage, so it's a lot to handle until he gets there.
Interesting fight here between the 41 and 14 from Stewart Haas Racing. We see Cole Custer working by now Chase Briscoe, taking that 3rd spot away.
Here comes the 11 as well. I think the 41 intentionally, unintentionally got into the back of the 14 off turn 4. Let's put the 14 up in this outside groove, fighting for these positions, trying not to lose too many now.
Guys, I want to tip a hat to the crew chiefs, the teams, and to Goodyear for bringing something here that has changed the pace of these cars over the long run. In the spring, everyone kind of ran the same time for the entire race. Not so here. Early on tires, everybody was pretty well lined up, but here we are, 86 laps into the run, and there are some upset drivers and some ill-handling race cars on this racetrack.
And some of these guys, I'm going to mention a few names, the 5, the 41 of Cole Custer, they ain't wasting any time. When they get to your bumper, you're going to get a shot. You get one little shot to get out of the way, and then it's going to get harder each corner after that. A lot of these guys, when they're getting to the lap cars, wasting no time moving them up off the racetrack.
So Custer, you just heard it, up to 3rd after moving Chase Briscoe out of the way. His teammate, nonetheless, Denny Hamlin, though, right behind him. Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones holding up the 41, and Hamlin is on the move right now. We are seeing tire fall off. They were showing the in-car cam of Denny Hamlin's race car. A couple laps ago, he was running 21.1s. That's about a full second off of where he was at the start of the race, or where the faster laps were set at the start of the race. So we are definitely seeing some tire fall, about 80 laps in and about a second slower than what they were at the very start. So tires are going to be maybe a little bit more importance today than what they did in the spring. Jim returned that it's going to be maybe a little easier to pass in the long run, as we have definitely seen a lot more passes being made over the last probably 30 to 40 laps than what we saw at the start before they got into lap traffic. Well, happy birthday, Thomas. Christopher Bell with a big push to Joey Logano, trying to knock the 22 out of the way. And those two are battling, let's see, battling for 11th place right now. So Christopher Bell on the move, up 9 spots from the start of the race. And he has passed Joey Logano for position, as Logano might have been holding him up a bit. So much like Denny Hamlin, another Joe Gibbs Toyota in the playoffs, Christopher Bell making some headway. He has passed more cars on the racetrack than any other so far today. 9 spots gained, second to him. As I just mentioned, Hamlin's passed a lot of cars. He's up 7 spots from the start. He's still behind Custer, looking for another. A little bit of a gap between Bell in 11th and then Harvick in 10th. Bell's still trying to get going in the right direction here. So far, so good. Kylie Suter, thanks for tuning in. Bond1771, John Fint, also welcome into the stream. Fuel window for the track, I'm not entirely sure. I missed their NBC's estimated fuel window at the start of the race when I was going through the starting lineup. I'd have to imagine probably 150 laps or so. They won't have to pit at all in stage 1. They can go all 130 laps easily on fuel. So we'll probably see pit stops during the stage break, especially for fuel. And honestly, with the tire fall off, probably going to be seeing some tires. But we'll see if anybody tries to gamble. Maybe take 2. Try to get track position. I don't think it's going to work out for him. But we'll see. Kyle Larson trying to hold up Cole Custer, and he's held him up a little too long. Denny Hamlin to the inside of the 41 car, and also trying to get to the inside of the 5 of Larson, who left the bottom lane wide open into turn 1. And Denny Hamlin is now on the inside of Kyle Larson for second place, about 1.9 seconds off the race lead. And he's going to clear him into turn 1. So with 34 laps to go in the stage, Hamlin's now up to second. He came in 5 points behind William Byron and sits 28 points above Ryan Blaney for that cutoff spot right now as we run. Blaney came in minus 18. Blaney still in the top 10 and 7th, but Hamlin up to second place. It was a little bit quicker than Chase Elliott that last lap as soon as he got by Kyle Larson. Custer was also able to get by the 5 car for third once again, and Briscoe now about 0.8 of a second trying to run down the 5 car for the 4th place position. And Blaney's a couple seconds ahead of Chastain, so I don't think he's going to lose any more spots, at least for the meantime. Elliott trying to put Martin Truex Jr. a lap down in 23rd. 24th on back is already a lap down as of right now. All the playoff drivers still on the lead lap. Another full screen commercial break as of right now. We'll go through the running order inside the top 10. Again, Chase Elliott is your race leader. Denny Hamlin in second, 1.3 seconds off the race lead. Cole Custer is in third, 2.5 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson is in fourth, 2.9 seconds off the lead. Chase Briscoe is in fifth, 3.2 seconds back. Brad Keselowski, 4.2 seconds back in sixth. Ryan Blaney in seventh, 4.6 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain in eighth, 6.5 back. Daniel Suarez in ninth, 6.9 seconds back, and 8.4 seconds off the lead is Christopher Bell, as he's now in the top 10 after getting by Harvick a couple laps ago. Bell up 10 spots from the start of the race. With Hamlin up there in second, he's going to get outscored in the stages, and Bell's more and more likely looking at a must-win situation, just as he was at the Roval in the last round to get to the round of 8. Might have to win today to get to the championship 4. Hamlin just ripped through the top 10. Yeah, it took some time, but once he got up to about 7th place, and in these last probably 30 laps, he's gone from 7th to 2nd, and he's now only half a second behind Chase Elliott late in stage 1 with a little less than 30 to go in the stage. He's definitely going to get to him. How defensive will Chase Elliott be to try to keep that lead heading into the stage break where we know Chase Elliott's got a pretty good short run car. Hamlin's got a good long run car. Can bode well for Chase as long as he just holds on to the lead to the end of the stage. I don't know if he's going to. He's going to have to get through the lap cars a little bit quicker and hope Hamlin struggles a bit as well. Chris Busch or Martin Truex Jr. have each gone a lap down during the break. Noah Gregson's the last car in the lead lap, and he's still about 3 seconds of time ahead of his teammate Chase Elliott. And William Byron's in 20th. He's the second to last car in the lead lap. He's only up 5 spots from the start of the race. Kenneth Clark, thanks for tuning in. Modern Genetics, welcome into the stream. Hamlin has gotten around Buescher, so no lap cars between the top two anymore. It's Hamlin and Elliott battling for position. Bit of a stack up off turn 4. A couple of lap cars might have gotten together of AJ Allmendinger and then the 15 car. I'm not sure who's in the 15 this week. Is it Yaley? Yep, JJ Yaley. Made a little contact. Held up Cole Custer a little bit more. Custer still about 7/10 of a second ahead of Larson in 4th behind him. Blaney still in 7th. Getting knocked out of the way by Custer, lost a few positions as a result. .24 to go. Stage 1, Hamlin. A little bit quicker than Elliott the last 2 laps with no lap traffic between them. Elliott now catching up to another lap car. It's BJ McLeod. He's already a couple laps down, so he won't be too hard to pass. Over 100 laps in out of 500 today in the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville. Again, you're listening live here on KRC. Denny Hamlin quickly gets around BJ McLeod. A lot quicker than what he got passed by Chase Elliott. And Hamlin is within about 3 car lengths behind Elliott right now trying to get this stage win, which Hamlin's going to need all the points he can get. Trying to build that cushion so when the final stage comes around, he may not be in a must-win situation. We also don't know for later in the race. Briscoe's still top 5, Blaney's still 7th, and Bell looks to be really fast. So say Christopher Bell goes on to win right now, there's only a 1-point difference between Chastain and Hamlin in this stage. And Chase Elliott's the leader, so that could actually even be less considering Elliott was 7 points behind Chastain coming into the day, but Elliott's in the lead, so we don't know exactly where he's at on points. Denny Hamlin, a bit wider of an entry into the corner. It's allowing him to get a little bit better drive off. Seems like he's still driving it in deeper than the 9. I think just all the way around the corner, Denny Hamlin seems to be quicker than Chase Elliott right now. And there's still 20 laps to go in stage 1, and Hamlin's now within about a half a car length behind Elliott in turns 1 and 2. And this is going to be very difficult for Chase Elliott to hold on. Noah Gragson not that far in front. Byron has just passed Corey LaJoie for 19th. So that's one less car, or one more car, I guess, between him and the race leaders. If these guys can catch Byron, that would effectively eliminate William Byron. Or not eliminate him from winning the race because we still have over 350 laps to go, but it'd be a lot harder for him to win this race and take potentially the 9 or the 11 out of the playoffs with having a winner below the cutoff line as we run right now. Stanley C. Panther, thanks for tuning in. Noah Gragson has just gone a lap down in the 48. Hamlin squeezing by him. No chance for Gragson to try to help the 9 there. And Ty Dillon, who's already lapped down, is the next car in front of the leaders. 5.5 seconds is the difference between 2nd and 3rd right now on the racetrack. It's a 2-car breakaway at the front of the field with Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin battling for the lead with 16 to go in stage 1. Hamlin to the inside of the 42. Hamlin trying to round the corner off, get a better drive off, especially with Elliott still underneath the 42. Big run for Denny Hamlin into the corner, but now he has to worry about just trying to pass Ty Dillon. All over the back of the 9, maybe to his bumper in the middle of the corner. Now Hamlin struggles to get the drive off as he clears the 42, and Chase Elliott a couple car lengths out in front of him. Kyle Busch in danger of going 2 laps down already in this stage. Actually, more than 2. 3 down is Kyle Busch. He's outside the top 30 right now and is struggling. Something is not right with that 18 car. Started 18th. He's already back over a dozen positions, and now he's 3 laps down on the racetrack after the leaders have passed him again. Strange how much he's struggling compared to the 20 and the 11 right now. We're running some of the faster laps on the track at this point in the run. Bell also inside the top 10 has passed Suarez and Chastain over the last handful of laps. He's 10 seconds off the lead, and he's about another second behind Ryan Blaney, which would be an important battle for position for Blaney trying to hang on to all the points he can. Bell likely in a must-win situation, so not really caring too much about his points deficit. Hamlin did get into the left rear of Chase Elliott a bit off turn 4. 11 to go in the stage. Hamlin's looking low on the dive into turns 1 and 2. Elliott going to leave the bottom open and not try to play too much defense that time. And Elliott gets a bit better drive off and stays in front of Denny Hamlin. So Hamlin's committed to the bottom. It looks like Chase Elliott's committed to just kind of riding the top right now, hoping he gets a better drive off. And Denny Hamlin much better in 3 and 4 than what he was in 1 and 2 that time. Elliott leads that lap at the line by a little less than a car length, but Denny Hamlin all over the inside of Chase Elliott as they're side-by-side for the lead. Door-to-door on the back straightaway with 10 laps to go in stage 1. Hamlin, again, down low. Elliott up high into 3 and 4. Elliott with the drive off. Going to keep the 11 of Hamlin down low, still side-by-side, and now clear at the start-finish line. Denny Hamlin to the lead for the first time today at Martinsville. Our third different leader of stage 1. And he has come roaring through the field after qualifying outside the top 10. He's up 11 spots from the start of the race. Corey LaJoie, last car in the lead lap as of right now in the 7. And William Byron just in front of him. So we'll see if Byron can stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. It's going to be tough because Hamlin, since getting by Elliott, is pulling away. And I think Hamlin is definitely the fastest car on the racetrack right now. Will Elliott have a chance to get back to Hamlin if the lap cars hold him up enough? A couple of them going side by side of Todd Gilliland, who is also on the lead lap, battling with Tyler Reddick, who is already a lap down. Bubba Wallace now to the inside of, and that's actually Austin Dillon. They got the same paint scheme this week. A similar paint scheme. So these are battles for position right now. Byron's got a chance to get around the 3 of Dillon, who's still stuck on the outside after Gilliland, Wallace have already gotten around the 3. Byron to the inside of the 3 as well. Denny Hamlin right in line behind William Byron now off of turn 4 as he gets to the inside of Austin Dillon, and Byron has cleared Dillon himself. 5 laps to go in stage 1. Hamlin to the back bumper of William Byron. And up into the 3 of Dillon as Hamlin slips up in the middle of the corner, and Austin Dillon's going to get back on the lead lap. Couple of slower cars. Man, Kyle Busch is going to lose another lap. You know he's struggling because the Rick Ware car just passed him on the racetrack. Chunks of rubber flying around everywhere. You're definitely seeing quite a bit there. And Hamlin is trying to put Byron a lap down. He knows that if he puts Byron a lap down, that is big for his chances of making the championship 4. And he also remembers that he got spun out under caution by the 24, so I don't think he's going to be playing nice with them to the end of the stage. He's got 3 more laps to get around him. He's got a much quicker race car, and Byron's just trying to play defense. If Byron is the first car lap down at the end of the stage, he'll get the free pass. And Byron is holding up Hamlin enough right now that Elliott's within 0.6 of a second of the lead again. And Byron's not going to be going anywhere because he's got a line of traffic in front of him. Austin Dillon's the first car lap down, hoping Byron does not lose his lap. 2 to go. Byron a little wide in turns 1 and 2. Hamlin to the inside of the 24. Byron will have to start at the tail end of the longest line if he has to get the free pass, though, so another reason he's trying to stay on the lead lap especially. Hamlin has cleared Byron off turn 4. 1 lap to go, stage 1. Byron's the first car lap down in the 24. Right in line behind the 11. Austin Dillon now behind the 24 of Byron. Bubba Wallace is the last car on the lead lap right in front of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin is not going to be able to get around the 45 car. He gets to the back bumper of him but couldn't quite get underneath him. Green-white checker flag in the air. Denny Hamlin will win stage 1 at Martinsville. And William Byron will get the free pass in 18th at the stage end. Chase Elliott will finish second in stage 1. Cole Custer third. Kyle Larson fourth. Chase Briscoe will round out the top 5 in the first stage, all receiving stage points. Brad Keselowski 6th. Christopher Bell 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. And Daniel Suarez will round out the top 10 through the first 130 laps. And again, stage 1 is now complete. Beating and banging. We're seeing a lot of it here today. But clean racing at that by Martinsville standards, in the sense that we are still caution-free from incident, but a lot of good racing so far today. Billy Kramer, thanks for tuning in. I'd say so, yeah. Pretty good racing stage 1. I was digging it, at least. Hopefully a lot of you guys were as well. We'll be seeing pit stops on the other side of the commercial break. You're listening to the Xfinity 500 live on KRC. Yeah, Christopher Bell up 13 spots from the start of the race. He gained more spots than any other driver in stage 1, and now we'll have to see what the pit crews will do, as I'm sure we'll be seeing 4-tire stops all the way around. Wonder if they can get that 18 car fixed. He was so loose. Kyle Busch is last on speed, 4 laps down right now. That is how bad that 18 car was handling towards the end of the stage. You look at some of the other cars that are ahead of him in the running order. I mean, literally everybody is ahead of him in the running order. But on speed, at the end of the stage, I saw the 15 of J.J. Yaley blow by Kyle Busch. Busch was struggling, to say the least. Yeah, quick race pace so far, for sure. See, the only problem with stage racing is in that circumstance right there, or on the ovals at least, is these guys were struggling for grip on the tires. They would have been able to go about 20 to 30 more laps on fuel. And you know nobody wants a short pit at Martinsville in case a caution comes out. Then you're going to get trapped a couple laps down. So it would have been interesting to see how that would have worked out. You don't usually see green flag stops at like a Bristol or Martinsville, so not a chance there. Really, the only chance that we could have that would be in the final stage if we have kind of a similarly long green flag run. But it's hard to have multiple green flag runs like that at a track like this, so we'll have to wait and see. But again, pit row will be open this time by. Hamlin will lead them in.
Are from 18th all the way to 32nd. All those cars are 1 lap down, as now pits road is open and cars on their way in front of you, Dave.
From 20th to 7th was Christopher Bell. That will give him 4 stage points. He said the car's really pretty good, especially in the long run. No changes requested. The driver will just get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. As for Denny Hamlin, he was a little bit loose in there at the end, but he said, that is my strength. So don't change that. What I do want changed is a little bit tight in the center as the car fires off, Marty.
Chase Briscoe finished 5th in that stage, Dave. He said, I just need help getting back to the throttle, just completely sideways on the exit of the corner. Chase Elliott lost the lead in the stage with 10 to go. Can the pit crew and this #1 pit stall help him get it back? He said, I hurt the right rear way too much, but Chase Elliott will not win the race off pit road. Nice stop by the 11 bucks. They hold the lead, Rick.
3 wide off of pit road, further back in the top 5. It was a scramble for every position they could get, even in the pits. But Denny Hamlin will easily win the race out of the pits with a 9.5 second stop for that pit crew. Really good one. I like that comment, Joe. Yeah, Custer, he came out to play today. Mentioned the Ford's been good on the flat tracks this year, and he qualified well. He's got a fast car this weekend, him and Briscoe both. Even Harvick was up there in the top 10 for a little bit. Yeah, they're definitely giving Kyle Busch the worst equipment at JGR of the 4, knowing he's out next year. But worst equipment, and literally like worst equipment in the field. Like Kyle Busch in a JGR car was an extra lap down than BJ McLeod, JJ Yaley at the tail end of the field. An extra lap. He's a full lap behind those guys on speed. Even with the wave round, he's going to be a lap behind him. to start this next stage. 4 laps down in 130 laps. I think a lot of people are probably done with JGR after yesterday's Xfinity race, at least for the short term. Dark Crypto seems to be upset in the chat as well. He was 18th in qualifying yesterday, so it's just the long run was killing him. I mean, obviously 18th isn't fast, but it's mid-pack. It's not last. He's lost 18 spots from the start of the race. And he can't lose anymore because he's already in last. I'll know the point stipulation once NBC shows the graphic. Oscar Ramirez Herrero, thanks for tuning in. So this is the first caution of the day. It's got to be exhausting to run 130 laps at Martinsville. Briscoe back on pit road.
Drivers Briscoe got 6, Bell 4, Blaney 3, Chastain 2, noticeably absent William Byron.
Well, Chase Briscoe's back on pit road because there's going to be a penalty. Watch the gas man right here. Jackets drop. Gas man unsuccessful in disconnecting the fuel can. It slides outside the pit box. That is a penalty. Removing equipment on the 14. He will start tail end of the longest line, running 5th at the end of stage 1. Now they'll have to start not just last car that's on the lead lap, but he'll have to start behind the lap down cars. That matters because track position wise, physically on the racetrack, he is going to be closest to the leader. So that lap or risk of going a lap down will be real very early in this stage for the 14.
Steve, you also mentioned that William Byron was the first car 1 lap down. So what that means for him is he gets his lap back because he was the first car lap down. He gets the free pass. Now he's back on the lead lap, but the rule is you have to start at the tail end of the longest line. So he will be back there with the 14 car. So got his lap back, but he's got a ton of work to do to keep from getting lapped.
And you see the 18. We haven't said his name much today, Rick. He's 4 laps down in one stage. Seems like a handling issue, loose. The right rear tire that came off that car definitely was worn heavily. So just a really shocking day out of the 2-time champ, Kyle Busch.
Field heading into the Geico restart zone. Chase Elliott on the outside. Hamlin surprisingly elects the bottom. Larson elected the outside on the initial start of the race. It was the only restart we've had. Bottlenecking going on in the front stretch as they head to the green. And we've got some cars stacking up further at the back of the pack as a result of it. I think Hamlin tried to kind of time his restart out by slowing up in the Geico restart zone a little extra. And there's some heavy damage on the 2 of Austin Cindric back in the pack. He's got a hole in the nose of his race car as he couldn't get out of the way. And that allowed Hamlin to take off and get the lead. But that was, I always hated that when I was growing up racing in go-karts. And the leader on a single file start would kind of like, just like kind of hit the brakes real quick and then go. Yeah, that was a kind of a cheap move. But Hamlin out in front as a result. There's some damage on the 20 of Christopher Bell's race car as a result of it too. Right around the left front fender. He's still stuck on the outside of the 41 of Cole Custer. A lot of cars got down to the bottom much quicker than the start of the race. Bell fighting for it. Trying to use up the 6 of Keselowski, making contact on the back straightaway and forcing his way in front of him on the bottom. And Keselowski to the back bumper of Bell in the middle of the corner as well. It bottlenecked Ryan Blaney behind the 6 also. Bell up to 5th place after starting 20 at 15 spots gained. And currently right now, Ross Chastain is the last driver above the cutoff line. He's 26 points ahead of William Byron, who got the free pass after finishing 18th in stage 1. Ryan Blaney only is 27 points behind as well, despite the fact that he finished 7th in stage 1. It's just the fact that Hamlin was already ahead of him in points and also won the stage. Lost 7, and he already came in 13 behind him. And Hamlin, of course, still in the race lead, so it's also showing Hamlin as the leader on the graphic, which means that, again, Chastain would, as we run, be the last driver above the cutoff line. Donna Stance, thanks for tuning in. Elliott in 2nd. He finished 2nd, stage 1, restarted 2nd, still in 2nd. Big Dog, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Already out to a 0.6 of a second lead to start stage 2 for Denny Hamlin. Still the fastest lap of the day from what I could see was Kyle Larson at the start with a 20.20. Hamlin's fastest lap is a 20.279. He was caught in traffic, obviously, at the start of the race, qualifying 12th, but at the same time, his last lap was a 20.417. I don't think Denny Hamlin's got a very fast short-run car. But then again, as I say that, he's pulling away from Chase Elliott. That's where maybe fatigue could start to set in. Even though we're still early in the race, just this many laps around a racetrack, that's asking a lot mentally and physically out of these drivers, even on a track where you're not going as fast. You still have to kind of manhandle the car into these tight corners as slow as you're going. The slower you're going, the more physically you have to turn the wheel. I know there's power steering in these cars, but still. Versus when you have more banking on the racetrack and you don't have to turn the wheel quite as much. It's more of a finesse to those kinds of racetracks than what it is at Martinsville.
The year, his teammate Chris Buescher wins Bristol last week. Keselowski top 5 at Miami, here running 6 right now. This is legit speed. How does a team like this find speed like that in the middle of the year when testing doesn't really exist?
Well, and it's a very slow game. I spent some time with Brad in Las Vegas at an appearance, and Brad talked about how he first had to learn what it was like to be part of ownership, right? How do you divide your time as a driver and an owner? And it really just started with kind of a mantra and a belief of where you want to run. Cleaning the shop, repainting the building, cleaner uniforms, a bigger approach, more respect for the equipment itself. And to your point, Marty, it's not one magical thing. You don't run better at a variety of racetracks because you found a trick or a knob to turn. It's stacking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of small gains. That's what got Chris Buescher in victory lane. That has what put the 6th car in the top 5 a week ago at Miami and now running inside the top 10 here today. So that's what's so hard, right, is the change happens, Rick, but sometimes it's moving so slow it's hard to see. We're now seeing it on the track for RFK.
And the wearing of different hats for Brad Keselowski, going from a driver at Penske to a co-owner at RFK Racing. It's difficult. It's difficult to make that transition, and Brad Keselowski has looked out for the organization. He's been very proud of what Chris Buescher has been able to do, what he's been able to do already this year. Dave.
And Rick, don't forget the cameraman hat. Those are great shots from Brad Keselowski. He is seeing in front of him the 20 car of Christopher Bell. And part of the damage story for Bell comes from pit road. Here they are exiting. Keselowski in front trying to get by the 14 of Briscoe. There's Blaine into the outside of the 20 of Bell. And that's where that right front damage came from. Nothing to worry about right now. It is Martinsville. Expect some of that on pit road or on the track. And another note on the tires of Christopher Bell. They were really good. There was some blistering up and down pit road on the right front, but that was sort of expected, and no alarm right now from any crew chiefs.
Back in the pack here, the 24 of the 24 of Byron, and the
remember, Byron and Briscoe had to start at the rear of the field. Briscoe, because of a pit road penalty with the fuel can coming out of the pit box when leaving his pit stop. He was 5th at the end of stage 1. Now last on the lead lap in 18th, and Byron, who got the free pass in 18th at the end of the last stage. That's why he's at the rear of the field, because when you get the free pass, you have to restart the tail end of the longest line. Corey LaJoie, as of right now, is the first car lap down in 19th as we run, so just 18 cars on the lead lap. 1.2 second lead for Denny Hamlin over Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson is in 3rd place, 1.6 seconds off the lead. Cole Custer in 4th, 2.1 seconds back. And Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. He's 2.6 seconds off the lead. I think the leaders are just starting to get into the tail end of the lap traffic. Porsche Freak 58, welcome from Germany. Dale Sparrow, welcome to the stream as well. Got about 200 people watching right now. Be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Live race commentary on the stream. We're just over 50 likes. Let's go for 200. 200 likes is the goal on the stream today. Be sure to hit that like button. We have almost 200 watching right now, so definitely do so if you haven't already. Hamlin's still a little quicker than Elliott that last lap. They haven't shown Hamlin on camera in a while, so I'm not sure exactly where he is in comparison to the tail end of the field. I would assume he probably would have caught some lap cars by now. I think when Larson was leading, he caught lap cars about lap 25, 26. We're at lap 31 in stage 2. Second stage, just as long as the first stage, 130 laps in length, which means the final stage will be 240 laps total in today's race. Of course, the longest of the 3 stages. And just like stage 1, these guys will not have to pit for fuel or tires in this stage. But if we get any cautions, it'll be interesting to see how the strategy may get flipped. We haven't seen much strategy today because simply we haven't had any cautions base it off of. So it's been all on the drivers pretty much from the get-go in this one. And Hamlin has made the most of it, gaining, again, 12 spots from the start of the race. Stephen Bell's gained a lot as well, 15 spots up. But Hamlin can't go any further up because he is the leader. Sure, some Kyle Busch fans probably disgusted in the chat right now. Performance from that 18 team today. Full focus at JGR this weekend for the Cup Series, definitely on the 11 and the 20. And I think that just kind of goes to show just with where they're running. I mean, you look at how strong Martin Truex Jr. is in his career at Martinsville, as well as Kyle Busch, and Truex is 2 laps down in 23rd, and Kyle Busch is 4 laps down in last. So, I mean, and then when you look at where Hamlin's running, he's leading, and Cole Custer's at 5th, so definitely not all given the same love in the shop this weekend from a competition standpoint. Well, on a full screen commercial break right now. Again, quickly the top 10. Denny Hamlin is your leader, 1.1 seconds ahead of Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson is in 3rd, 1.4 seconds off the lead. Cole Custer is in 4th, 2.1 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell, 2.6 back in 5th. Brad Keselowski, 3.5 back in 6th. Ryan Blaney, 3.9 back in 7th. Joey Logano in 8th now, 4.6 seconds back. Daniel Suarez, 9th, 6 seconds back. And Ross Chastain is in 10th, 6.6 seconds off the lead. 170 laps complete out of 500 today. Again, early in stage 2 as of right now. And the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville, our round of 8 elimination race for the NASCAR Cup Series. Long green flag run so far today, but a lot of I've probably already seen more action on the track today than what we saw back in the fall race. So this is going to be a good Martinsville race, I think, as we get down towards closer and closer to the end of the race as this thing starts to build and build and build. Pretty good crowd on hand for the Cup Series race this weekend in Martinsville as well, from what it seems. .90 laps to go still in stage 2. Chase Elliott's ran down Denny Hamlin just a little bit. The only lap car they have caught in the stage so far is BJ McLeod. So Hamlin maybe not as good on the long run this time. Maybe they went the wrong way with an adjustment call. Either that or Chase Elliott just started to get quicker with the adjustments made there. Probably a little bit of both. But Elliott now within 0.7 of a second, and Larson right behind the 9 of Elliott as well as they close in on Denny Hamlin in a battle for the lead once again. About a 0.9 of a second gap between 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. Custer still hanging on in 4th place right now. It's a good top 5 run. Stands are 80% filled. I'd have to see like an aerial shot again. I know the front stretch looks packed. It looks like turns 3 and 4 is pretty sparse, but the main grandstands on the front definitely looks packed. J.J. Yaley going another lap down at the tail end of the field, and Chase Elliott has closed a couple car lengths over the last few laps again, now within about a car length and a half behind Hamlin, who could not clear Yaley off turn 2, so he couldn't get as good of a drive off as Elliott, who had no lap cars around him that prior corner. Elliott now stuck behind the 15 car. Hamlin trying to get away before he catches the next lap car. A little bit further up the way. He's about half a straightaway behind the next one, which I believe is Cody Ware in the 51. And it is. Even though Elliott's closing in on Hamlin, it almost seems like Larson's simultaneously closing on Elliott. He's less than a second off the lead and only 0.4 of a second back behind the 9 car. About 2 car lengths behind him in the middle of 1 and 2 that last time by. Mike Nodine, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, no, I agree with you too, Mike. And a lot of you guys in the chat, I think it's just the equipment they gave Kyle. Kyle is not, I mean, he's a 2-time Cup Series champion for a reason. He's won 60 career races for a reason. He shouldn't be 5 laps down in last place at Martinsville. I think it's from the equipment standpoint. He is just hanging on for dear life with that race car. And it's ill handling right now. Just insane. 4 laps down in 130 laps. He's actually still 4 down, my bad. He's not 5 down.
Some comers and goers. It was just a couple laps later that Kyle Larson actually lost the lead in that first stage. One of the things Cliff Daniels told me about this race car, his crew chief, was the physics mean that the right rear gets abused. Take a listen to the radio of the 5 car just moments ago.
The last long run, your right rear and the 9th right rear were similar. Again, just passing on info. And I'm only picking up just to take care of the right rear. Everything else looks good. Just cruising.
And that's the focus for his driver today. He said, take care of that right rear. You see that little wiggle there by Kyle Larson down in turn 1. He's taking care of that right rear and comparing to the 9 car, which he felt was better on the long run. He's letting him know you did just a good job taking care of that right rear, so we might be able to have the same pace on this long run as we go deep into stage 2.
So that information to Larson, take care of the right rear. How do you do that? And so this is a great opportunity to take advantage. Like, you got Chase Elliott. He's starting to catch some lap traffic. He's the guy in front of you. There's not a lot of pressure behind you. Now's the time to not buzz that right rear tire. Don't spin it. Don't lean on it any more than you have to. Use these 15, 20, 30 laps to take care of that right rear. And then later in the run, it'll be better for you. And then you can take advantage of it and make some passes. So when you take care of that tire, if you wait till late in the run, it's too late. You can't take care of it anymore. You have to do it this part of the run.
Busch now has gone another lap down as Denny Hamlin passed him a couple laps ago. Chase Elliott has made his way by the 18 as well as he's still in pursuit of the 11 for the race lead. Full screen commercial break on NBC right now is where you can watch the actual race, but as far as this live coverage goes, can't give you guys the actual footage of the race while doing the commentary for copyright reasons, but thanks for everybody tuning in anyway. Sean Royer, thanks for tuning in. Kyle Larson Manufacturer Championship. That is definitely obtainable. Definitely been showing some speed here in this round of 8. Despite being eliminated from the drivers' standings after the Roval in the round of 12. Larson already locked into that championship. It's going to be a much tighter battle for the Owners' Championship on points than what it is in the drivers' standings, I believe, at least based off of right now, unless, obviously, Bell could get up there, win the race, which is possible. I mean, he's in the same equipment as Hamlin. He's only a second and a half off the lead in 5th. Ryan Blaney, 3.1 back, and even Briscoe, even though he's last on the lead lap now because of that pit road penalty, he was 5th at the end of Stage 1, has good speed this weekend. I mean, Byron's got the same equipment as Elliott and Larson, but hasn't shown anywhere near the same speed today. Been outside the top 15 all race long. Still over half the race to go. In fact, a little over 300 laps left of the 500 total. Things could definitely change. I'd like to state right now for the record, I forgot to put my fantasy lineup in once again today, so for our NASCAR fantasy. So I'm just going to keep free falling in the standings. I probably didn't have a shot going into these last 2 races anyway, probably because I forgot my lineup the last 2 weeks and kind of forgot it again. I've been bad with that in the playoffs this year. I mean, it's costing myself, which I feel bad, but at the same time, it's helping you guys out because there's more of a chance that one of you guys are going to win 2 tickets for winning the playoff championship. So definitely join the Fantasy League if you haven't already. For next season, you'll already be in it if you join now. Go on the NASCAR mobile app or websites. Sign up with your email, free to join. Search for KRC League. KRC in all cap, space, and then capital L on League. And you can join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in the following season, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the regular season or playoff championship. Obviously, regular season champ crowned. Our playoff champion will be crowned next weekend after the Cup race at Phoenix. You have to be a subscriber of the channel in that league as well. So if you're not subscribed, be sure to do so. Tyler Reddick is pulled off the racetrack and back into the garage right now, so some sort of a mechanical issue on the 8. Not sure what's going on exactly.
Driver or anybody. So first, I mean, it would be stop now probably, but let's try to screw this entire day over.
There's RC. That's who we heard on the radio asking about another driver. He's going to climb down and go check on his driver. Tyler Reddick retires from the race from some sort of health concern. We'll have to follow up on that. There's RC right there checking on him. He was asking because you can't put a relief driver in. Now, the challenge is going to be, being this close to home, any Xfinity driver probably would have already gone home. And the other issue is Tyler himself. He's a relatively shorter guy. You see RC. That's what I love to see right there. Look at that. Not a question. Not a concern. This is a driver that's leaving at the end of the year. And yet, Richard Childress, been in this sport his entire life, he is encouraging his driver to make this very, very tough decision. That's A-plus ownership at RC.
He's going to, obviously, he's climbed out of the car. They'll take him to the infield care center and have him checked out. But very unfortunate for Tyler Reddick, climbing out of the car and no longer able to continue. Once again, you see Richard Childress there, team owner, talking to him.
Also, some NASCAR officials down there, they're going to want to understand, what is going on. Is there something in the cars? Or, are you just sick? They want to understand to prevent it from happening again. They'll try to gather as much information as possible.
Denny Hamlin now with a 2-7.
Guys, Kyle Busch is 5 laps down. Tyler Reddick just pulled out of the race. Is there a chance Kyle Busch rides that 8 car before the end of the race? Let me know down in the chat. I'll put a poll up. That's an interesting question. I'll put it up on a poll. I gotta go back to the main screen here. Kyle Busch drive the 8 car today. Oh, I meant to put a poll. My bad. Yes. No. I'll keep the poll up for a few minutes. Kyle Busch drives the number 8 car today. Reddick's out. And Kyle Busch is in last 5 laps down. If Kyle Busch rage quits, is there a way of RCR talking to Busch to get in the 18 car? Remember, Dale Jr. filled in for Kyle Busch back at Kansas in 2007, I believe it was. When Busch was in his final year at Hendrick Motorsports, and Jr. ended up rounding out the rest of the day. Of course, he was on his way to Hendrick the following season anyway. I'm just saying, we could see it again. We can definitely see it again. Got 62% saying no right now. I'll look back at that in a little bit. Get the leaderboard back on the screen for right now. Kyle Larson got up into the lap car, Justin Haley, a couple corners ago and ended up losing a little bit of time. Cole Custer was able to then close in. Well, the lead lap car is getting by Haley. Briscoe Byron still on the lead lap. 17th and 18th. They haven't moved up any positions yet, since one of them getting the free pass and the other one starting towards the tail end of the field. Sid for Brains, thanks for tuning in. Dawson Bedwell, thanks for watching as well. I hope Kyle Busch just rage quits and drives that 8 car before the end of the race. I want to see it. For the drama. For the off-track drama, I want to see it. Could you imagine? Hopefully Tyler Reddick's alright, whatever is going on with him. Obviously, we don't know yet. You guys will get to hear an interview from Reddick at some point in time. Communications right now from Blaney again.
He loves, can't move around. A little bit of a struggle right now here for the driver of the 12.
Ran in the back of the 6 car a couple times. Pretty good over the last few corners. Take a look at it. Coming in the screen, down right there, and then down in turn 1 and 2. Even more contact. These guys are getting the pressure from their team, from their crew chiefs. Hey, use the bumper. And this is the result of that. But you got to be careful. Upset a veteran like Brad Keselowski with nothing to lose.
Yeah, twice. Big hits there. Coming from the 12 to the 6. That's what it felt like for Brad. Here you're going to see it again. As he went into turn 1, he got bumped again. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs on NBC. The Xfinity 500 with 51 laps to go in Stage 2.
Well, there you heard it right there. 51 to go at Stage 2. Denny Hamlin only about 3 car lengths behind Chase Briscoe, putting him a lap down before the end of the stage. Just a costly penalty for that 14 team to drop him from 5th to the tail end of the lead lap. And now, because Hamlin has worked his way pretty well through lap traffic in this second stage, after a nearly 80-lap green flag run, Briscoe's in danger of going a lap down after losing that valuable track position. And his chance of obviously making it to the Championship 4 was likely going to have to win today. Pretty much all but guaranteed he's going to have to win this race today to make it to the Championship 4. If he goes a lap down before the end of the stage, that's not going to be good for him. No, I mean, you're right about them having to have like the seat placement and everything changed quickly. They have time to change it, obviously, if somebody else were to fill in, and there's still over half the race to go. So, I mean, that's something they could get done in like 20 minutes, I feel like, just enough to get him in the car and trying to feel it out. But we'll see. Kyle won't fit in Reddick's fire suit. He doesn't have to put his fire suit on. He doesn't have to wear his fire suit. I mean, M&M's is leaving before the end of the season, too, and is he really obligated sponsor-wise with M&M's? I don't think so. Who cares if he ticks them off? Who cares if M&M's has ticked the Kyle Busch isn't driving the 18 car before the end of the race? You know, I mean, he already started the race, so he met his contractual obligations for the week. Ethan Weeder, thanks for tuning in. I'm not sure. I mean, it is a conspiracy theory to say the least. But I'm just saying, it's not impossible. I mean, one of the probability outcomes are already out, and that's Tyler Reddick hopping out of the 8 car. Again, all seriousness, or all silliness aside, and all seriousness put, forward, is hopefully Tyler Reddick's all right, whatever is going on. Hopefully he doesn't have like a concussion or anything from the week before. Because remember, he hit very hard at Homestead, head on into the inside wall, and he ended up racing this weekend. maybe he's dizzy. Maybe he's got a concussion and didn't get it diagnosed, went out to race today and wasn't feeling good. I hope that's not the case, so hopefully Reddick's all right. Denny Hamlin has put Chase Briscoe a lap down, and now he works around the 24 of William Byron as well, putting the 24 car a lap down. So now Byron and Briscoe are battling for the free pass position. 2 playoff drivers a lap down. Michael McDowell's the last car in the lead lap in 16th. He's about 4 or 5 seconds still ahead of Denny Hamlin on the track. Hamlin has led all 89 laps in Stage 2 thus far. A lot of the cars he has been passing were already a lap down coming into the stage. Those were the first 2 cars a lap down that actually restarted the stage on the lead lap, but they were again at the tail end of the field behind all the lap cars because of a free pass and a penalty for those 2 drivers. Hamlin has a 2.1 second lead over Chase Elliott, has really pulled away over the last 30 to 40 laps. Continuing his dominance. He didn't lead a lot of laps in Stage 1 because he started 12th. It took him most of the stage to get to Elliott. Passed him with about 6 to go. Christopher Bell moved Austin Cindric out of the way pretty hard. It looked like Cindric tried to turn the 20. There's some contact. After Cindric got moved up out of the way, Bell trying to get going though. In 5th in a dire situation to win this race, and he was having pressure from behind as Keselowski was starting to close in. Ryan Blaney was putting some bumps to Keselowski before the last commercial break trying to pass him, and he's still stuck behind him. He got alongside of him for a little bit, but couldn't actually make the pass on the 6 car. And Joey Logano now starting to close in behind Ryan Blaney for position as well. Amazing how bad the 24 is. Yeah, he's just had an off day today for sure. That team is laid an egg. It's crazy how fast he was here in the spring. And even the first couple races of the round, the speed, pretty much the whole playoffs, the speed the 24 team has had, but they are off today. To say the least. Who's not off is Denny Hamlin. I mentioned moments ago, he only had a 2-second lead over Chase Elliott. That lead is now up to 3.6 seconds and still growing with 36 to go in Stage 2. It's going to be very tough to beat that 11 car today. Kind of a similar dominance out of Hamlin, speed-wise, compared to the rest of the field, like we saw out of Larson at Homestead last week. Patrick Shadley, thanks for tuning in, man. Welcome to the stream. And everybody be sure to hit that like button. Our goal is 200 likes for the stream today. We're still not even halfway through this race for the live commentary of the Xfinity 500. Last I refreshed, we had 52. Let's see where we're at now. We are at 70 likes, so be sure to hit that like button. Obviously, not everybody has hit it so far today, so hit that like button if you haven't already. And again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Only 70% of the viewers of this channel over the last 28 days are subscribed. So thanks for you guys tuning in, especially at these live commentary streams. But be sure to hit that subscribe button. It helps me out a ton. So hopefully I can end up doing, obviously, more of these next year with the Xfinity and the Truck Series if I'm able to change my work schedule, which is very likely I'll be able to, but the funding would definitely help too. Emily Gagnadine, thanks for tuning in as well. NASCAR Cup Series racing still, 2311 racing still picking Chase Elliott to win. I mean, obviously, I didn't think it happened a late race restart. Hamlin not as fast on the short run as the long run. It took him a while before he really started pulling away. Good 60, 70-plus laps into the run. Blaney again to the inside of Keselowski. He struggled to get around the 31 of Justin Haley a little too long, and Blaney's trying to pounce, trying to get every point he can in these final 30 laps of Stage 2 in case there's any way of still possibly pointing his way into the next round. You never know if one of those other playoff drivers ahead of him in points get knocked out of the race. That could happen. I think Reddick got... I don't think so. They shift. I mean, he's a really good road course racer too, so He's won a couple road races this year. I don't think shifting is any problem for him. I seriously hope that he doesn't have a concussion from that wreck at Homestead last week, because he hit hard head on into the inside retaining wall after crashing off of turn 2 late in that race, which brought out the last caution. And I just hope that he wasn't concussed and was feeling dizzy inside the car, especially at a track like Martinsville when you have 500 laps and you're just going around in circles constantly. And I'm sure that's not, I mean, it's not great for the brain, at high speeds anyway, but even with a track that's not high speeds, just that many turns, it could have easily gotten him super dizzy with concussion. Chase needs a big adjustment to win. Yeah, it's definitely going to take some major adjustments to try to catch up on speed to Hamlin. And the fact of the matter is, we've only had one pit stop today because the only caution was a stage break. We know we're going to get at least one more yellow with the stage break again. But if this is just a 3-stop race because of not having a lot of cautions, it's going to be much harder for these other drivers that are closer to Hamlin in the running order, that are inside the top 5, to make the right adjustments to get up and have a shot to challenge him for the win. Think a lot of the front runners taking it easy? I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. Bell looked pretty aggressive when he's trying to pass Cindric a little bit in 5th. I mean, you could argue maybe Elliott and Larson are. I think they are more with each other, though, than anything else. I don't think they're taking it easy by any means. I think Hamlin's got that good of a car this weekend. Hamlin is dialed in. He wants that first championship. And, of course, another win at the paperclip as well. Looked like there might have been a fire on pit road. BJ McLeod is in his pit box right now. There were flames coming out from underneath the left front. Got into his box and showing a replay of it right now. But there's some smoke as some sort of a fire happened. Hopefully it wasn't rubber buildup. We've been seeing a lot of that on the Fords this year. And this is another Ford with a fire issue. Could be brake rotor as well coming out of the left front. Brake line might have caught on fire. Cloud is out of the car, though, and in the pit box right now. He might not be out of the car, but if he's in it, it's because the hood's up and they're working on the fire. It was still smoking. Lastly, they had the camera on him.
It's really interesting. That's something we've seen in the past. And cars, if that continues to build, cars will hit that and they'll immediately lose traction. So let's keep an eye on this. This is something we haven't seen here in the last few races. And that's why some of the reason we're starting to see cars fall off later in the run. That rubber's being transferred to the racetrack and is coming off the tire. And so the tires are losing grip.
9 of Chase Elliott's going to pass the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe had that pit penalty, ran so well, 5th in stage 1, just hasn't been able to recover. He's running 18th. There's only 14 cars on the lead lap. Denny Hamlin setting an impressive pace. Chase Elliott second is over 4 seconds behind.
We talked about Byron and Briscoe trying to be in the free pass position. Well, that has passed them because Gilliland and McDowell have also been put a lap down. 2 laps down is Noah Gregson in that Ally 48, substituting for Alex Bowman, who has been out for 5 races. And there he is on top of the pit box. And it was announced this week that he will return to drive the 48 car in Phoenix, back in his home state, hometown for Alex Bowman. So that was great news to hear. We've also seen and heard from Kurt Busch. He's also in the infield. He was actually helping the 2311 team earlier, carrying some tires around. So the 2 drivers that have been out for the concussion-like symptoms, both here at the racetrack, helping out their teams, supporting their teams. But again, great news to hear that Alex Bowman will be back behind the wheel for the season finale in Phoenix next week.
And you talked about the pace of this 11 car. Just lapped the 21. 21 running in 14th place. So there's only 13 cars in the lead lap. Denny Hamlin is flying.
15 laps to go in stage 2. It's Hamlin with a full...
Looks like they're going on another commercial break late in the stage. Might be side by side this time, but we'll keep the live commentary, of course, rolling as usual. 15 laps to go in the stage. I saw people talk about the chunks of rubber on the track, and that's why I let you guys listen in to the explanation from Jeff Burton of why there were chunks of rubber on the track. But usually on the concrete tracks, obviously in the corners here, Nashville's concrete, Bristol, Dover, you tend to see that rubber disappear under caution, but under green flag conditions, it kind of gets washed around quite a bit. So you're going to see, some chunks of rubber laid on the racetrack. It's not chunks of rubber is not going to bring out a debris caution. That'd be a little tedious. I mean, even on the asphalt tracks, there's chunks of rubber. It's just harder to see because it's darker pavement. But the concrete does wear out the tires a little bit more than asphalt would. I picked the Eagles in my them and the Dolphins to win this week in my 2 entries for that picks contest I'm in that I was talking about last week on the channel. For those of you that were in the live commentary stream last week. $11 laps to go in the stage. Hamlin has lapped up through 14th. Harrison Burton went a lap down a handful of laps ago. Kevin Harvick's the last car in the lead lap right now. Byron Briscoe still 17th and 18th, so nowhere near the free pass position if we see a late caution. Austin Dillon holding up Denny Hamlin. Hamlin all over the back of the 3. Not sure what the sense of urgency was there for Hamlin to try to put Austin Dillon a second lap down. Hamlin's got a 4.9 second lead over Chase Elliott still. Absolutely dominating the second stage. But the field will be bunched back up together here shortly with the stage end coming in 9 laps. Timothy Leppert, thanks for tuning in. In-car cam from Larson showing huge skid marks on his windshield. Can't confirm nor deny that. I don't think they're skid marks. I mean, it could be just from the rubber hitting the windshield. And you see that at most tracks anyway. I'd have to actually see it to see exactly, how much vision it's blocking of his. Could be just a camera lens, though, too. If it's, on the outside of the car. Usually see that when they pan over on the cameras. As we run right now, Ross Chastain is 23 points above the cutoff line. Ryan Blaney for that final spot. Byron minus 24. Elliott plus 38. It's kind of where we run with 5 laps to go yet in stage 2. And once these stage points are awarded, we'll really know position-wise what you're pretty much going to have to do to try to make it. And I think if you're below the cutoff line going into the final stage, Blaney, Byron, Bell, Briscoe, you're going to have to win. You're going to have to win, or in Blaney and Byron's situation, you're going to have to hope that somebody else in front of you is going to have a major, major collapse, which with this few of cars on the lead lap and all those other drivers above the cutoff line are on the lead lap, pretty much going to have them get in some sort of an accident or some sort of mechanical failure that causes them to have to pull the car off the racetrack. Big chunk of rubber, it's not a bug. It'd be a big bug. Get into the mountains of Virginia, though. They probably have quite a few of them. 1 lap to go, stage 2 now for Denny Hamlin. Kevin Harvick, last car in the lead lap, right in front of the 11. Hamlin really arcing his corner off. I think he's going to cut the 4, maybe a little bit of a break. So he backs up turns 3 and 4. Hamlin not even going to get to the bumper, so Kevin Harvick will hold on to be the last car on the lead lap, which means Harrison Burton will get the free pass during the stage break. Denny Hamlin has swept the stages today at Martinsville. He'll win stage number 2. And finally, Chase Elliott will cross the start-finish line as he'll finish 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd, Cole Custer 4th, and Christopher Bell will round out the top 5 in stage 2. 6th place will be Ryan Blaney. 7th place, Brad Keselowski. 8th, Joey Logano. 9th, Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 10. And that is your Stage 2 top 10 results. And we'll have pit stops on the other side of the commercial break. So you're listening to the Xfinity 500 live on KRC this afternoon. We have 50 votes on if Kyle Busch will drive the 8 car today. 31% said yes. And we had 69% would have said no then. So, in the 50 votes. Thanks for voting. I thought it was just kind of fun. Just to think about. Again, hopefully Tyler Reddick will be alright. Once we get an update, let you guys know. 2 cars out of the race, though, would be Reddick and McLeod. And nobody has stepped in that 8 car as of right now as a replacement driver. Most of them have probably gone home, as Jeff Burton and Dale Jr. were elaborating on as soon as Reddick had pulled into the garage. Considering they're only a couple hours away from Charlotte, where most of the teams are based. Yep, the only 2 cautions today have been the stage breaks. A lot of good racing at Stage 1. Stage 2, I mean, there was good racing. It's just not for the lead necessarily, because Denny Hamlin was just blowing everybody out of the water in Stage 2. Stage 1, he started 12th, and it took him almost the whole stage to get to the race lead with no cautions. So it was pretty entertaining to watch him fight through the field, as well as some of the others that started further back that had faster cars, like Christopher Bell also. We'll see. We get closer and closer to the end of this race. Tempers are start to flare up a bit, and the sense of urgency for these playoff drivers to try to make the championship 4 today flare up as well. I was at Martinsville last year for the playoff race. I was only there for the Cup race. So Hamlin sweeping the stages today. And that will give Denny Hamlin 5 stage wins on the season now, winning his 4th and 5th stages in today's race. The Denny Hamlin show, it has been. Hamlin trying to go for his 3rd win of the season. Had a win taken away from him at Pocono this year, which that would have been his 50th career win. But because it got taken away, it's not the case. So maybe today could be Denny Hamlin's 50th career win.
He has, what, a 3 or 4 second
Here are the
lead
pit stops.
over the 9, which is going to help the 11 because I think he needs a little more fuel on this pit stop. Dave?
Christopher Bell in the yellow 20 finishes 5th in that stage. He said it didn't feel as good as the last one. Too loose on the long run. They'll make adjustments for that. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin wants no changes. Surprise, surprise. Now the pace of the tire change should outpace the pace of the fuel fill. They'll wait for the full fill before he leaves. Dylan?
Dave, Ross Chastain was a 4 out of 5 loose in stage 1. Only got to a 3 out of 5 loose in stage 2. They're going to make more adjustments. A big chassis adjustment in the back window for Chastain, but they're doing what they need to do right now to advance their way to Phoenix, Marty.
So is Chase Elliott. Got the points that he's needed so far. Can they continue to do it for the rest of the race? He said, I tried lots of things there. Nothing seemed to work for Chase Elliott, who actually loses the spot on pit road.
Yeah.
Elliott and Larson swap spots. Larson up to 2nd, Elliott back to 3rd. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano both up 2 spots as well. So Blaney will get to restart in 4th, right in front of Custer. Bell lost 2 spots, going from 5th back to 7th. And Brad Keselowski also lost a few spots in the pits, falling from 6th back to 9th. Lost 3 positions in the pits. Still just over 200 people watching. Be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. Got 76 likes on the stream. Our goal is 200 today. We're a little past the halfway mark in the race. So as of right now, playoff drivers, Denny Hamlin running in first. He is the leader, won the first 2 stages. Kyle Larson is second. Chase Elliott third. Ryan Blaney fourth. Joey Logano 6th. Christopher Bell 7th. Ross Chastain in 8th. And I said Larson because he's in the Owners' Championship points. William Byron and Chase Briscoe are running 15th and 16th, 1 lap down. And Burt got the free pass. They'll be the first cars a lap down to start the stage. So if we get a caution, one of those 2 will be back on the lead lap. With not too many cars on the lead lap, you just never know what could happen if we do actually see some yellows for incident. R6, welcome into the stream. Hamlin, Elliott locked in if finish about 30th or above. As long as nobody like Byron, Blaney, and Bell win. Pretty much, yeah. I'd have to see the points again to verify that, but obviously if somebody like, Blaney, Bell, or Briscoe win, anybody below the cutoff line wins, then it's a super tight battle between Hamlin, Elliott, and Chastain. And it usually always comes down to a couple points in the cutoff race, especially at Martinsville over the last couple years in the round of 8, since it has been the elimination race. It's come down to the last lap or 2. It's because the points separating the top 8 are a lot denser than what they are first through, say, 12th or 16th when the playoffs start. The first couple rounds are going on. But yeah, Briscoe's crew definitely failed him with that pit road penalty.
Actually, the aide of Tyler Reddick, he was checked and released from the infield care center. When we asked him, he preferred not to talk. So we will appreciate that. As field getting ready for the restart, we're checking out these shots from the Coca-Cola Pace Car cam. Looking off the back now. Is getting ready for the final stage of racing from here at Martinsville. And Steve, we talked about resetting all of the points, the situations that people are in. Denny Hamlin right now is leading. He's led 149 laps. He's gained the most points you could possibly gain by winning both stages. But does that guarantee him a spot in the championship 4?
Well, winning would, but that's the only thing that's going to guarantee him so far. He has done a very nice job. Chase Briscoe's still at the bottom after we've looked at all the stages. Definitely a must-win for him. Christopher Bell, even with the stages, he did score 10 points, but I think at that point, at minus 38 is my math. He's still looking at a win. And unfortunately for Ryan Blaney, having a very good day, but losing ground because of the dominant performance of Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott. He needs to make up over 20 points on Denny Hamlin. So it's starting to get a little bit more difficult for all of these drivers. We're going to keep an eye on it as we go. But at this point, Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, and Denny Hamlin. If you forget leading the race and forget a winner, it's Chase Elliott, Chastain, and Hamlin, the 3 drivers above the cut line on points. Now remember, a win and you advance. So all 7 drivers still alive here with 230 laps to go. Now 230 laps at Martinsville is outside the fuel window. We saw Denny Hamlin wait on fuel, made sure it was completely full, so they should be able to go about 150 to 160 laps. Parker.
Steve, I want to show you the left rear tire here from Kyle Larson. Will restart second. Take a look at this blister almost right here in the center of the left rear tire. He never remarks feeling that or anything. No change in performance, but this is kind of ominous at 130 laps in that stage.
Yeah, that kind of looks a little normal to me, though, is kind of where they basically spliced the rubber together, the circle of the tire. So when you have a car that has great drive off, you can actually peel that apart a little bit, so it did look a little like a blister. We'll keep an eye on it, though, with this many laps to go in the race.
Green flag back in the air. Stage 3 underway. Hamlin gets the launch. Larson spins the tires on the outside, and Elliott's going to try to get to the inside and get the second place on his teammate who passed him in the pits. Hamlin easily clear off of turn 2 and about a half a car length ahead of the 9 and the 5 on the back straightaway. Blaney on the outside of the 41 of Cole Custer. Desperately wants to get down to the bottom as he's nearly in a must-win situation and trying to hang on to track position. Blaney trying to get the drive off on the straightaway, so 41 of Custer almost clear. Christopher Bell now to the inside of Ryan Blaney as Blaney was not able to get to the bottom after Custer cleared him off turn 2. Custer up to 4th. Elliott was able to overtake Larson for 2nd, and the 6 of Keselowski goes around off the front bumper of Ross Chastain, cautions out. For the 3rd time today, it looked like the 1 got in the back of the 6. Keselowski trying to fire that car back up again. Get it going in the right direction. Trying not to flat spot the tires as he spins back around. Ross Chastain into the corner a little too hot. He locked up the front tires and then ended up spinning out the 6 of Keselowski, who was on his outside getting into the corner. And our first caution for incident is out today as Ross Chastain has spun Brad Keselowski. Like Chastain just dove it in too hard. Like I said, he locked the front tires up. When you lock the tires up, you pretty much don't have control of actually steering the car until you unlock the brakes. And well, he was able to turn, but that was because he made contact with the 6, which helped him turn. Not a lot of damage to the back of the 6 car. Seems to be all right. They'll definitely be able to continue on. And we will not be seeing any pit stops because that was only about 3 laps after the restart. Free pass going to go to William Byron in the 24 car, who was in 15th. So Byron back on the lead lap. And one of the playoff drivers, 25 points below the cutoff line. Make that 21 points below the cutoff line as we run right now. Ross Chastain, the last driver in, he is plus 21. And then Ryan Blaney is minus 21. Bell minus 35 in a must-win situation coming into the final stage mathematically. Chase Briscoe minus 60 in a must-win situation in this final stage mathematically. Denny Hamlin is currently the leader, so he would be in based off of where we're running right now. Ross Chastain is, Chase Elliott, 37 points to the good as of right now. And again, Logano locked in to the next round after winning the first race of the round at Las Vegas. So that's an update on the playoff standings as we run right now under this caution in the stage. Joey Logano coming back onto pit road.
It's the way it always works.
Absolutely.
Logano on pit road. Martin.
You see Joey Logano coming down pit road. They had just gotten
Ross
into the
Chastain
top
coming
6,
into the
so we'll
pits
check
also.
to see why they are coming down pit road here. But Logano, who's had a really good car, and they've made improvements all day long, Dylan, coming down pit road.
So here's Ross Chastain. Crew going to go around here. It should be a 4-tire change. They'll double check that right front damage. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong or concerning on the 1 car. So routine service here. Chastain going to have some work to do. Some cars to pass now as he tries to get back to the top 5, Marty.
Hey, Dylan, there's actually a fire inside Joey Logano's car. That's why I was questioning why they came down pit road. Joey said, I don't know where the fire is from, but I know it's coming from the left front. So now Steve makes 3, and they've all been Fords that we've seen catch on fire, and they've all been in the left front. So this is certainly something that NASCAR and the Ford group is going to want to look at.
Well, look at this rubber right here. We're going to show it, the crew member. Look at this
Man.
big chunk of rubber. It's on the left side because I think the left side tires are the ones that the rubber are balling up on.
Massive chunks of rubber underneath the 22 of Logano, sparking a little bit of a fire similar to what we saw in the 78 of BJ McLeod and why he had to pull in the pits under green flag conditions. Luckily enough for Logano, they were able to pull the rubber out. It wasn't like there was any major flames, but there was definitely smoke from underneath the left front. Logano still on the lead lap. Ross just has to keep poking the bears. God, Chastain, yeah. Seeing your guys' reactions in the chat. Chastain getting into Brad Keselowski, sparking that caution. Could you imagine if Keselowski dumps the 1 of Chastain? They're lined up right with each other on the restart. Chastain scored at 12th, Keselowski 13th. As a Ryan Blaney fan, hoping Blaney makes it to the Championship 4, I'm A-OK with Brad Keselowski junking the 1. It looked like Chastain didn't mean to take him out, though, by any means. He just, you see it at Martinsville a lot. He locked the front tires up. It was pretty noticeable. He locked the front tires up, and you do that, you don't have any front turn in the car, and slid right up into the 6 who happened to be on his outside. But, at the same time, you have to know when to not step over the line and make that mistake when you have a car on the outside of you. And Chastain, a little too aggressive, as we know him to be sometimes. And as a result of being a little too aggressive, diving it later into the corner, costed Brad Keselowski, and Chastain had to come back down just to make sure he didn't have any flat tires. And they'll be lined up literally alongside each other in the restart. But yeah, Byron back on the lead lap. He's in 15th, so he's definitely got points to gain. Because he got the free pass, so he'll be at the tail end of the field for the restart. Tie fist magnet gives direct any delivery. That is a wild bet. I don't think that's going to happen considering Gibbs is 20th and Hamlin's the leader. Hamlin electing the inside. It worked for him on the last restart. We'll try it again. Green flag back in the air. Lot more even that time of the restart between Hamlin and Elliott. Hamlin's still able to clear the 9, but Elliott gets to the bottom quickly before Larson had a chance to get underneath him, and Elliott's on the back bumper of the 11 in turns 3 and 4. Kyle Larson, Cole Custer running side by side, and Custer going to be able to clear Larson for third, throws the block into turn 1, and Larson into the back of the 41 trying to move him back up the racetrack again. Custer's going to hang on to third place after getting around Larson with a good restart of his own. Bell on the outside of the 5 car now for 4th. And Ryan Blaney right behind him in 6th, and he's going to be extra aggressive as he is trying to get the drive off. Little door banging on the front stretch between the 5 and the 20. 20 trying to aggressively get down to the bottom. Blaney all over the back of the 5 of Larson, trying to stay close behind the 5 so he could potentially get underneath the 20 of Christopher Bell if Larson could get around Bell. A lot more of a fight for the bottom with the lap cars in the middle of the pack. Bell half a car length clear into the corner, but not enough to be able to pull down on the 5 of Larson. Larson not getting the drive off he needs to stay underneath Bell, and Bell is very close to completing the pass on the 5. Blaney shoving the 5 car underneath the 20, trying to get him underneath there. Not going to work. Larson struggling with drive off right now. Blaney's going to go to the outside to try to get around the 5. He sees Larson struggling with drive off, so maybe if he can pinch him on the bottom, he may be able to pass him cleanly up high. It's a risky move, though, because if it does not pan out, he's going to have a couple drivers right behind him in line that are going to have a shot to overtake him. I didn't even realize Bubba Wallace is in 7th. He's having a quietly good day. I just saw the 45 right behind the 12 and the 5. I was like, wait, Bubba's up in 7th? I haven't talked about him like at all this entire race. Oh, Larson off the curb on the inside of Ryan Blaney, and after bouncing off the curb, he got up into the 12 car. Blaney's able to clear the 5. They lost a little bit of ground. Larson back to the bottom in front of Wallace. Almirola also in the top 10 for the first time today. He's up to 9th. Harrison Burton back up to 10th, right where he started. So Blaney able to pass Larson on the outside as Larson is not getting a good drive off. And I wonder if Wallace might have taken some notebooks, and if he can get to the outside of Larson, that might be the way to get around him right now. Blaney up inside the top 5 for the first time in a while as well. Again, Bell battling Custer for position side by side off turn 4. And Bell's going to clear Custer for 3rd. Bell and Blaney, a win will lock them into the championship 4 and put a much tighter points battle between the 11, the 9, and the 1. In this final stage, as we are 212 laps away from the finish. Almost 300 laps complete out of 500 today at Martinsville. Elliott 9/10 of a second behind Hamlin. Suarez going for a pass on Wallace, puts the bumper to the 45. Side by side for 7th place between the 99 and the 45. Suarez down low, Wallace up high. Like Wallace tried to get to the bottom behind Suarez just enough, and he ended up pinching him off enough to where there was contact on the left rear. Suarez makes the pass, and Wallace back down to the bottom pretty quickly behind Daniel Suarez and in front of the 10 of Eric Almirola. Bell slightly faster than Chase. It looks that way. Bell's only 4/10 of a second behind Elliott, as Elliott is still about 7/10 of a second behind race leader Denny Hamlin. Now, because Byron got the free pass, he had to restart at the tail end of the longest line, similar to where he had to at the beginning of Stage 2 when he got the free pass during the Stage 1 break. Byron's still 20 points below the cutoff line. Blaney also minus 20. Chastain plus 20. Again, Chase Elliott is plus 37. And Denny Hamlin is the leader, would be in with a win. Joey Logano already locked into the next round. Bell minus 31 in a must-win is sitting in 3rd, and Briscoe in a must-win is still lap down in 16th. He is the first car lap down if we get another caution. He would get the free pass as of right now. Yeah, NBC had mentioned that Tyler Reddick did not want to speak to any reporters after leaving the car. He was checked and released from the infield care center. So, very interesting. What's going on there? Hopefully it's not a concussion. That's all I hope. Christopher Bell now within about 2 car lengths or less behind Chase Elliott. Trying to run him down for 2nd place. Still early enough in this green flag run that the leaders have not caught in the back of lap traffic at all yet. Much easier to try to close in as we get longer into the run because of the tire fall off and the lap traffic itself. But Bell still putting up some good laps. Is closing in on Elliott slightly, corner after corner, lap after lap. We're down to almost 200 to go. Blaney within 3/10 of a second behind Custer, and Custer's over a second and a half behind Bell. So Bell's really pulled away from the 41, and now Blaney's trying to get around Custer as well. Hamlin continues to lead. We'll go through the field.
A little bit more, 40-50% brake there.
Never mind.
And he comes off the brake pedal gradually
Still
to the
let you
center of the
listen
corner,
in.
what you call trail braking.
And also, Junior, see right here, you're talking about that trail braking. That is gradually coming off. Watch he go to the gas. He gradually goes to the throttle also. That's why Denny Hamlin is so good at this racetrack. He modulates the brake pedal. He modulates the rear tires with that throttle. He's at maximum grip, but he's never crossing over grip. He's never slipping a tire. And that's one of the reasons he has such good speed on the long run.
And we talk about getting into a rhythm. That's the rhythm of applying that perfect amount of brake pressure gradually entering the corner, and then trying to accelerate off the corner, but while also saving that rear tire. When we get to that 60 lap mark, when these things start sliding around, you want to have a little bit left. And so he's probably not asking everything of this car on corner exit, so that as he gets to 60, 70, 80 laps long into this run, the car's still driving really well.
Junior, I think a lot of fans at home think the way you go fast is just to jump in the throttle wide open, drive in the corner really hard, jump off and get a lot of brakes, but that's not how you go fast. That might go fast for 1 lap.
Yeah.
But rhythm, consistency, being able to do the same thing lap after lap, that's how you make lap time in Martinsville.
When we raced here, you would get these long green flag runs, and if you're the 9 or the 20 sitting there in 2nd, 3rd place, you just want to keep the leader in sight. And you would do things like lift early, lift at the flag stand. Use absolutely no brake getting down into the corner so that you can save the brakes late in the race. You really have to be on this race car with 50 laps to go. You're going to brake harder than you ever have before. You're going to use the gas harder than you ever have before. And you have to have something left, right? So right now is the great part of the race to actually dial it back a little bit, not really ask a whole lot of the brakes, not ask a whole lot of the rear tires, and try to sit there and ride and save this car for the long haul.
NBC going to a full-screen commercial break here. We'll go through the running order once again. Denny Hamlin is your race leader in first. Chase Elliott in second right now. Christopher Bell third. Cole Custer fourth. Ryan Blaney fifth. Kyle Larson sixth. Daniel Suarez in seventh. Bubba Wallace in eighth. Eric Almirola ninth. And Harrison Burton is 10th. Kevin Harvick in 11th. Brad Keselowski in 12th. Ross Chastain 13th. Joey Logano 14th. William Byron, last car in the lead lap, in 15th. Chase Briscoe, first car lap down in 16th. Todd Gilliland, 17th. Michael McDowell, 18th. Austin Dillon, 19th. Ty Gibbs is 20th. 21st is Eric Jones. Martin Truex Jr. in 22nd. Corey LaJoie, 23rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 24th. Justin Haley in 25th. 26th is A.J. Allmendinger. 27th is Noah Gragson. 28th is Chris Buescher. Landon Castle, 29th. And Austin Cindric is 30th. 31st is Cody Ware. Ty Dillon at 32nd. Kyle Busch 33rd. J.J. Yeley 34th. Two cars out of the race today. B.J. McLeod 35th. And Tyler Reddick 36th. 3 cautions. One for incident was a couple laps after the race start. Ross Chastain got in the side of Brad Keselowski after locking up the front tires going into turn 3. Spun the 6th car. He backed it into the outside wall, but he is still out there and running in 12th. Chastain right behind him in 13th. Then he's not quite as dominant as he was earlier, but still looks like he's just pacing himself. Yeah, that's a very good chance, especially with this final stage being longer than the first 2 stages. Everybody will have to pit at some point in time in this final stage. If we have a long enough green flag run to potentially get the green flag pit stops, we'll have to see if that will end up taking place. About 150 to 160 laps is about as far as you can go at Martinsville on fuel. This final stage is 240, so you can probably go to around 100 laps to go before you have to pit for fuel. You're able to save a little bit not long ago because of the extra caution laps. So I'd say anywhere between 90 to 110 laps to go. You're probably going to see drivers pit if we have that long of a green flag run to get to that point, which would still be about 70 to 80 laps away from right now. So we have a little less than 190 laps to go, as you see on our live leaderboard on the channel. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Again, if you have not already. Quick update on the playoff drivers. Denny Hamlin's in the race lead. Chase Elliott in second. Christopher Bell third. Ryan Blaney fifth. Larson in the Owners' Championship is 6th, but he's locked into the next round already. Ross Chastain in 13th. Joey Logano 14th. William Byron 15th. And then a lap down is Chase Briscoe in 16th. It's showing 2 laps down on my screen, but I think he's only 1 down. Kind of maintaining a 0.7 of a second lead is Hamlin over Elliott right now. They're running very similar lap times. That last lap from Elliott was actually a bit quicker than Denny Hamlin by about 4/100ths of a second. And now down to about 0.6 of a second off the lead. Elliott again quicker than Hamlin that last lap. That was only by about 6/1000ths of a second. So 2 consecutive laps. Elliott a bit faster than Denny Hamlin. He's trying to close the gap between himself and the 11. Elliott's put a little bit of a gap on himself and Christopher Bell behind him. Bell now about 0.4 of a second behind Elliott. He was kind of consistently sitting 2 car lengths behind him. Now it's moved back to about 3 or 4 car lengths. Hamlin's still not in lap traffic, though, as of right now, with 183 laps to go. Bell a lot quicker than both Hamlin and Elliott that last lap again. Hamlin just starting to get into the back of lap traffic. Ross Chastain, 20 points to the good right now. Ryan Blaney, minus 20. William Byron, also minus 20. That is the bubble for the cutoff. And to make it to the championship for the shot at the title. 182 laps left now. Working on 181 to go. Still outside the field window. So caution is going to be out. Austin Dillon is in the outside wall. Can't tell what corner that is. Might have had a right front down. That impact. We'll have to wait and see if he had a little help. But caution is out for Austin Dillon, our fourth yellow of the afternoon. And he is parked against the outside wall in turns 3 and 4, it looks like. Left front tire's down on the 3 car right now. That might have been because of locking up the tires, but never mind. It's not. It's not down. Left front is not down. Dillon not hopping out of his car though. Wonder if there's a chance Austin Dillon hops in the 8 car if the 3's done for the day. 8 car sitting good, ready to go. He's going to have to go to the infield care center first. Showing a replay of what happened to Dillon. It looked like he just went into the corner too. Oh, I think he might have had a brake failure. He went in way too hot into turns 3 and 4. And it looked like he had no brakes going into the corner before hitting the outside wall. That's a pretty hard hit. How fast he was going into the corner, it didn't look like Austin Dillon had any brakes. And slammed with the right side of the car into the wall. He is out of the race car, and they will be towing that car away. If Austin Dillon gets checked and released from the infield care center, I think there's a chance he might end up driving the 8 car before the end of this race. I don't know that we're going to see pit stops, though. We're still outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the race. But because the tire fall off, it'll be interesting who pits, who doesn't. There aren't many cars in the lead lap. Free pass, by the way, going to go to Chase Briscoe. So another playoff driver back on the lead lap. And we'll see if Hamlin will lead the field into the pits this time. Pit road will be open. Hamlin is coming in. As is Elliott, Bell, Custer, Blaney, and most of the leaders.
And bringing all the lead lap cars with him. Dave.
And Rick, NASCAR said the 11 was legal, whatever happened on the backstretch there. As for the 12 of Ryan Blaney, he said they was going to have the car left alone, just 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. He'll use his adjustments to fire off better. As for Christopher Bell, the car was really good. I don't need anything on this, just 4 tires and fuel. And Denny Hamlin, well, he was a little bit tighter at the start, a little freer off to get an air pressure adjustment for that, Marty.
Chase Elliott much more in the game on that run. He said the car turned much sharper for him. He was pretty happy with it. No adjustments coming up here. His drink hose has clogged somehow, so they have to handle a water bottle on every stop. You'll lose a couple of spots here. Hamlin also loses some spots as a tight race off pit road. How about
Hamlin loses 3 spots out of the pits, and new leader Christopher Bell. A 3-wide battle where Bell and Blaney were nose to nose coming out of the pits. Bell ended up first, Blaney second. And if one of those 2 drivers wins, well, heck's going to break loose for the playoff standings between Chastain, Elliott, and Hamlin. Hamlin's pit crew has done it again, and they are still outside the field window to make it to the end. So these are not the final pit stops of the race. It's like Todd Gillen took the wave around. He'll be back on the lead lap in the 38 car as well. So Christopher Bell wins the race out of the pits. Ryan Blaney will be second. There's hope. There is hope my man Ryan Blaney can get it done. Yeah, and you're right, Ethan. We'll see how good Bell's car is with the lead now. how good Hamlin is now. I mean, we know Hamlin's got a fast car. He ripped through the field once already. But it's just a matter of how much closer has the rest of the field gotten to Denny Hamlin as far as their adjustments. Had a couple pit stops since Hamlin's been dominating now to make some adjustment changes, and not as long before this adjustment change and the most recent one during the Stage 2 break. These guys only had about 50 laps of green flag action. But enough that they wanted to bring it into the pits with the tire fall off we've seen today. Even though they're outside the window to still make it upfield to the end. Kyle Keller, thanks for tuning in. Curious how aggressive Hamlin will be. Oh, we'll see. Oh, Hamlin almost came into the pits too early.
Into pit road. Now, if he would have tried to pit after hitting the orange box, that would have been a penalty. If he would have had all 4 tires below the orange box and then went back on the racetrack, that would have been a penalty. So, a little bit lucky, and I'm just going to stick with a little bit lucky. We're going to leave it as a little bit lucky that he hit the orange box with the right side tires. Let's listen to Denny Hamlin.
All right, when it's open, we will pair. They're closed. When it opens, obviously. So let's say we didn't have all 4 below it.
All right, so all 4 below it is the thing. Now, if we take a live shot of where that is, it's been moved. So the commitment line at Martinsville used to be almost at the end of the backstretch pit wall, or the old pit wall. So I'm going to draw on it right here. The last commitment used to be up here, and this was just a white line. It made really no sense. So NASCAR said, well, I mean, if you go inside this curb, this is where the commitment line would be, because you can't really drive out over this curb. I didn't think there was even enough space still to do what Denny Hamlin did. Very, very fortunate for the 11. That right there could have been a huge mistake that cost him perhaps a chance at the championship 4.
But a slower pit stop for the 11 now has Bell out in front.
So we just mentioned the 14 car, Chase Briscoe. He was the first car lap down. He's going to get back in the lead lap, but a huge break for him because so many cars, 14, took the wave around. They actually will start behind him. So normally he would have to line up behind all those cars, but because they waved around, he is going to start all the way up in the 16th spot. That is a massive difference. He would have started like 30th, but instead in 16th position, but 30th behind everybody. That is a huge break for Briscoe.
Marty now has Austin Dillon.
Yeah, just thankful to see
Here's
him walk
Austin.
out of the infield care center, man. That was a vicious hit. What happened?
I think we blew a right front brake rotor there. Halfway down the backstretch, the pedal went to the floor. And big thing was just not to back it in, so I kind of turned right, which kind of sped me up. I didn't want to back in, so yeah, I think I did a good job not getting the tail. Tried to do a right front first, but yeah, it was all good. Our Dow DAP Chevy was decent all day. We just kept getting the last bit of that lap down, so we couldn't ever get on the lead lap. But I want to thank everybody at Dow Chevrolet, and we'll have to go to Phoenix. And I was really wanting to get 4 straight top 10s, and felt good about yesterday, but just didn't really have it today.
Glad to see that Austin Dillon is okay. To come into the restart, Rick.
Yeah, and because Bell is up front, look at the points and the cut line. Hamlin 6 points above Chastain. Chastain currently running in the 13th position. Hamlin running in the 4th. Every position on the racetrack is a point. So Chastain can gain enough points to get in front of Hamlin without actually having to pass Hamlin and get into that championship 4.
Well, you heard it right there from Rick Allen. Green flag's going to be back in the air. Bell on the inside. Blaney on the outside. Blaney spins the tires on the front row, and Bell's going to have the lead easily into turn 1. Blaney's going to have a side mirror full of Chase Elliott now, who rubs him off of turn 2 as they battle side by side for second. Hamlin and Larson side by side behind him. Couple cars moving down to the bottom of Wallace and Suarez. Suarez overdrives the corner, though, and Wallace is on the inside of him for 7th. Good drive off, though, for Daniel Suarez to get back underneath the 45 once again. Ryan Blaney not going to be able to stay in front of Chase Elliott. Gets enough of a drive off to squeeze himself between the 9 and the 5. Hamlin off the top as well, right in front of the 41 of Custer. And he's sandwiched between Custer and Hamlin. Blaney trying to get underneath the 9 once again. Can't do it. Bell out to about a 4-car length lead over Chase Elliott. Off the restart, a single file line throughout most of the top 10 now. to go back to Joey Logano and looks like Kevin Harvick battling for 10th side by side through turns 3 and 4. Yep, points are now tight with Bell in the lead, because that is assuming Christopher Bell goes on to win this race. He'd be in the championship 4. Ross Chastain on the inside of the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Chastain had accidentally turned Keselowski earlier in the race. Brad not giving him much room there as he squeezes the 1. Chastain off the curb on the inside of the racetrack. Chastain has to be getting word from his team with Bell in the lead that he is probably below the cutoff line right now. So you know Chastain wants to be aggressive, but already turning the 6 of Keselowski would not be great to use a major bump and run on him to pass him, but it's going to be tough to get around him cleanly. Keselowski's had a pretty fast car throughout the course of the race today. Doesn't have a lot of damage that's really slowing him up. Neither would a lot of damage really slow you up in Martinsville anyway. It's not a very aerodynamically dependent racetrack. These low corner speeds. Hamlin Larson battling for 4th. Hamlin all over the back of the 5. Larson beats him back to the accelerator, though, off turn 2. And Byron also trying to get by the 5 of Chastain. Trying to work his way up through the running order so he could, too, have a shot at the championship 4 if things go his way late. Running order right now, the 161 laps to go in the race is Christopher Bell in the race lead. Chase Elliott in 2nd. He's 1 second off the race lead. Ryan Blaney is in 3rd. Kyle Larson 4th. Denny Hamlin 5th. Cole Custer is in 6th. Daniel Suarez 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Eric Almirola 9th. Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Kevin Harvick in 11th. Brad Keselowski in 12th. Ross Chastain 13th. William Byron 14th. Harrison Burton 15th. 16th place was Chase Briscoe. Todd Gillen at 17th. Michael McDowell 18th. And Ty Gibbs is the first car lap down in 19th. Martin Truex Jr. in 20th the lap down. Corey LaJoie 21st. A.J. Allmendinger 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd. Justin Haley 24th. Chris Buescher in 25th. Noah Gragson 26th. Eric Jones 2 laps down in 27th. Landon Castle 28th. Cody Ware 29th. And then 30th is Austin Cindric. Ty Dillon in 31st. Kyle Busch 6th down in 32nd. Still J.J. Yaley in 33rd. Austin Dillon, B.J. McLeod, Tyler Reddick out of the race right now. 34th, 35th, and 36th. And just showed a replay from a few laps ago. Brad Keselowski and Kevin Harvick making contact. Keselowski locked the front tires up. Was already on the curbing. I think Harvick might have just turned down into the corner, not thinking the 6 was underneath him. Either that or just completely trying to crowd him. Denny Hamlin going to work by Kyle Larson on the back straightaway. Not sure if he moved him or if he just gave up the spot. Daniel Suarez underneath the 41 of Cole Custer as they battle for position inside the top 10, currently side by side for 6th. Custer's had a great day thus far. He's going to have to hop in line behind Suarez before Bubba Wallace fills the gap on the bottom, and he does so perfectly. So Suarez up to 6 now. This is as high in the running order as he has been so far this afternoon. He's never won on an oval. His only career win this season at Sonoma. But he's been in the top 10 all day, scoring stage points in each of the first 2 stages. Trying to make some noise late here with 158 laps to go. .3-second lead for Bell over Elliott as he is starting to pull away. Denny Hamlin still 6 points to the good over Ross Chastain as they run right now. Chastain -6, Ryan Blaney -24 sitting in 3rd. William Byron -26 as he sits in 14th. Bell would be in if he wins. He is in a must-win situation mathematically in the final stage, as is Chase Briscoe. Logano locked in again with his win at Vegas. And Chase Elliott sitting above the cutoff line by double-digit points as he rides in 2nd place. Quickly, the playoff drivers themselves are running Bell in 1st. Chase Elliott in 2nd, Ryan Blaney in 3rd, Denny Hamlin 4th. Larson is in 5th for the Owners' Championship. Joey Logano is in the top 10 in 10th. And then Chastain 13th, Byron 14th, and Briscoe, who just got the free pass during that last caution, is in 16th. I don't think Denny slowed down on pit road to help Bell out. That doesn't make any sense. He's got some conspiracy theories in the chat. I had one earlier today too, though, so it's all right, I guess. No, but Denny, that wouldn't have happened because he's back at 4th. He wouldn't have given up that many positions. And Denny Hamlin's in a tight points battle, too. Even with winning the first 2 stages, he's only 6 points ahead of Ross Chastain right now. And Chastain's in 13th. If he can just get up to about 6th or 7th, he'd have enough points to beat Denny Hamlin. Obviously, Denny could gain a few more spots as well. And a win would just solve everybody's problems. Hamlin would be in. But Christopher Bell or Ryan Blaney winning this race right now for Hamlin would not help him whatsoever. Nope, they can't make it on fuel. You are right. They are outside the pit window to make it to the end. They're about 20 laps short, so they can't really save that much. But they could go quite a ways. If we see another caution, I think they'll pit. Even if it came out like right now, even though they only have like 20 laps on their tires. May consider taking right sides only if that is the case as well. Especially if you're at the tail end of the lead lap like William Byron, Chase Briscoe, who are in must-win situations right now. Talking about the tiebreaker, the best finish in the round is for Ross Chastain. He's got 2 second-place finishes. So Ross Chastain would have the tiebreaker over Denny Hamlin if there is a tie between the two of them. Both have had an on and off again feud throughout the course of the summer. Dialed down into the playoffs. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and we'll have to wait to see how that will unfold throughout the race. I mean, Chastain could still lose points too. I mean, William Byron's been putting a lot of pressure on the one car over the last few laps. Hasn't been able to get around him as they sit a little less than 8 seconds off the lead.
Qualifying cost him a good starting position, but this 27-year-old from Oklahoma made it to the round of 8 with a walk-off win at the Roval. He'd make it for the first time to the Championship 4 with a walk-off win here. Right now he's in position, Marty.
Dave, after the amazing regular season Chase Elliott had, it's hard to believe he came into this race just plus 11 above the cut line and just 10th best during the playoffs at earning points. Talked to Alan Gustin about that this morning. He said, listen, there's no doubt we have things to clean up, but I'm confident in the speed we will have to Phoenix if we can get there. They've done what they needed to do so far, plus 17 for Chase Elliott, Dave.
Ryan Blaney has a good race car, the number 12. He started in a good position. That was 4th. It hasn't been perfect for him today, but he is so good at this racetrack, he has still got potential to get there by the end. You can see right now Blaney is out on the points. He'll need to have a stronger run here at the end, possibly to the front to win, to advance to the Championship 4. As for Denny Hamlin, he lost spots on pit road. When I checked with the crew, I got a lot of shoulder shrugs, like they just didn't have their best stop of the day. It wasn't horrible, but it lost in the track position. Thank goodness for those 2-stage wins, as you guys just mentioned, Marty.
Dave, at the beginning of this run, Joey Logano was flying, but now the car just way too free. The Coca-Cola onboard camera with the outstanding views around Martinsville. You know, we talked about the advantage of winning at Las Vegas and being the first one in the championship tour. Well, one thing is you can change up things, even change up the pit crew. Graham Stoddard, the longtime jackman for Ryan Blaney, is now on Joey Logano's car. This is the first race for Stoddard with the 22 team, and the plan is he will jack Joey Logano in the championship race next week, Dylan.
Already think about Ross Chastain. The last 2 weeks, he's been one spot away both times from not being in a points position or a points worrying position at all. Has finished second the last 2 races, and now they came to Martinsville needing some points. Ross scored his first ever stage points at Martinsville in both of these stages, but it still wasn't enough. They're 6 out right now. They know the job at hand. Ross has got to get up on the wheel here and pass some cars, Parker.
Right, it's the same story, Dylan, for William Byron, who's now in 14th place. He came into this race 5 points above the cut line, qualified 25th, and was unable to score any stage points. Therefore, right now, himself 25 points down on the cut line here. If he wants to go fight for a championship, Phoenix, they're going to need a major change in fortune. As he's gotten the top 15, he's just been unable to make any headway. The car's just too tight right now, Marty.
Martin Chase Briscoe finally back on the lead lap, but they have not been able to recover from that problem on pit road earlier today where they did not disconnect the gas can when Chase Briscoe left pit road. Talking to him earlier this week, he said, listen, I'm proud of the fact that we have made it to the round of 8, but to come so close. Remember, they finished top 5 at Las Vegas, Rick, and at the end of that race looked like they could win that race. To come so close and you can taste it makes it almost worse if we don't advance to the championship 4.
Yeah, Marty, you remember we had Chase Briscoe running in the top 3 when he came onto pit road, and that mistake happened where the gas can didn't come free from the car. It went into the next pit stall, removing equipment from your stall. It penalized him and put him at the back. He actually went a lap down and had to get the free pass.
He has. He's recovered, at least got that lap back, running 16th, but with 137 to go, long ways from the finish. But a lot of conversation on the radio as we listen to different teams about fuel. And how do you save fuel here? One thing that a lot of crew chiefs are asking is, what does your car drive like, or how slow are you if you don't shift? Watch this 14. He's one of the best at it. Reaches down, upshift. He's going to go down to the corner, reach over very calmly. Well, he doesn't wait very long. He downshifts right away. Shifting helps lap time, more RPM, helps the car drive better, but definitely burns more Sunoco fuel. So the question is, if you are 6 or 7 laps, now it's only a half-mile racetrack, 7 laps, 3.5 miles. How do you find those 7 laps? One way may be to limit the amount of shifting in this closing 100 laps.
That is a major challenge for a driver, Steve. The car is not going to drive anywhere near as well if you're not shifting. It's not going to slow down as well in the middle of the corner. It's not going to accelerate. You're going to have to drive completely different if you decide not to shift.
1.5 second lead right now for Christopher Bell over Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney still in 3rd place. Denny Hamlin in 4th. Kyle Larson in 5th. Daniel Suarez 6th. Cole Custer in 7th. Bubba Wallace in 8th. Eric Almirola in 9th. And Joey Logano rounds out the top 10 with 131 laps to go in the final stage of today's race. So again, it is looking as if these teams are short on fuel yet to the end of the race, as we kind of figured with when they pitted during that last caution. We say that because we have had a couple long green flag runs today, as Stage 1 and Stage 2 went caution-free. Had a couple early cautions in the final stage. A little contact further back in the pack up off of Turn 2, and then they were 3 wide down towards Turn 1. Couldn't tell who that was. It's like the 38 of Todd Gilliland getting bumped around by Chase Elliott. So this is all happening right around the 2nd place driver as he goes 3 wide to the bottom on the front stretch to get by the 77 and the 38. That allows Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney to close in slowly on the 9. Now Blaney trying to get by the 77 of Landon Castle. He'll do so easily through 3 and 4. Hamlin, mirror full of Kyle Larson still. And now it's his turn to pass Landon Castle on the inside of the racetrack. Over 250 people watch right now. Be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already for this stream. We are at 100 likes on the stream right now. We're halfway to our goal. We have well over 200 people watching. So definitely, again, hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already, because 70% of viewers in the last 28 days on the channel are not subscribed. We'll have NASCAR content through all this winter. Be doing some reaction videos of older NASCAR stuff starting Monday, not this Monday, but the following Monday after the championship race at Phoenix. And then every Thursday in the off-season, we'll be watching some old races, and we'll be starting off with watching some old Daytona 500s, some watch-alongs, if you would, for streaming on Thursdays throughout the course of the off-season. If all those do well, I'll continue to do some stuff similar to that during the season next year. Like on Thursdays throughout the season, we'll have a Throwback Thursday where we'll watch some old races of the track that they're going to that week. And then we'll also keep up with those reactions, but those will be a little different throughout the course of the season. Again, if all goes well for the off-season stuff. So, doing some different stuff with the channel this off-season. So, hopefully you guys will enjoy it. Plus our usual streams during the week, as we've been doing throughout the course of the season on the video game side of things with the live realistic commentary, just as you're hearing for today's race and all the other live commentary races. And then next season, Xfinity, Truck Series, as well as the Cup. We'll be doing live commentary for all 3 series next season for the races I don't go to in person. Supposed to be at Phoenix next weekend for the championship, so we'll be having some race highlights from the grandstands for those 3 races next weekend as well. They'll be uploaded to the channel, so big winner coming up on the channel for sure. Mark Witkowski, thanks for tuning in. More than a fifth of the race left. Anything can and probably will change this race. Another caution, and pit stops could obviously change the running order up quite a bit as well. Credit to Christopher Bell's pit crew for getting 3 spots during the pit stop the last time by, and he has cycled out to the lead as a result and is absolutely pulled away from Chase Elliott. He's 2.8 seconds ahead of him right now as we run. Chastain still kind of locked back in that 13th place position. Keselowski got around Harvick a handful of laps ago for 11th. But every other position pretty much inside the top dozen has not changed. Bill Biggs, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for subscribing as well. Michael Rosati, thanks for tuning in. Okay, UPS cheering for the FedEx car. Better than spring. Yes, I do think this is a better race in the spring. Easily. Thanks for tuning in. Blaney's going to get eliminated. Well, I hope not, but it's looking that way unless he can win this race. He is in third. Can't count him out of it. It's crazy how consistent Blaney is at Martinsville without a win, though. Led a lot of laps here. A lot of top 5s, including 3 second-place finishes, all in a row. In the early 2020s, just can't find victory lane at the paperclip. Playoff grid update right now with 119 laps to go. Chase Elliott is 17 points above the cutoff line with Christopher Bell leading. Again, Bell wins. He'll be locked into the championship 4. Logano's already locked in as of right now, so at least 2 spots are to be locked up on points. So again, Elliott plus 17. Denny Hamlin, last driver above the cutoff line as we run, plus 6. Ross Chastain minus 6 if Bell goes to victory lane. If Bell does not win, Chastain will be pretty comfortably above the cutoff line of Ryan Blaney, unless something happens to Chastain in the final stage, which causes him to not finish the race and he loses a bunch more spots. But other than that, he would be comfortably ahead of the 12 for that final spot. Ryan Blaney over 20 points below the cutoff line while in third, so he's in a must-win situation unless Chastain, Hamlin, or Elliott have a major issue that they can't finish this race. So fuel window, according to NBC, is 145 to 155 laps. Can be extended with cautions, obviously, because you're able to shut the car off under the yellow flag and then turn it back on to try to save a little extra fuel, plus just a slower pace, especially in Martinsville with a really slow caution pace. This being a half-mile racetrack. And they've gone about 60 laps into this current fuel and tire stint, so about a little less than halfway through the fuel run yet. These guys are going to go quite a ways in this race before even having to think about pitting. But if it does stay green to the end, it's going to be very interesting when you pit. Will anybody try to risk short pitting in the hopes that it stays green and gain a little bit of extra track position with the tire fall off we've seen today? That would be something if somebody tried to pull that off. That's a huge risk if it stays green to the end of the race. But if it does stay green to the end of the race and you do that, they're going to come out with a big lead. And there's not going to be many laps left by the time everybody ends up hitting pit road. Last lap for race leader Christopher Bell was a 21.090. His fastest lap of the race is a 20.330, so he has fallen off about 0.8 of a second over these 60 laps. And nearly 21 flat that last lap, it appeared. So about 7/8 of a second off his original pace. He's got side-by-side lap traffic in front of him, which don't help those lap times at all. Ty Gibbs and Chris Buescher battling for position. Buescher running a Matt Kenseth throwback, 5th-3rd bank paint scheme. Really like that scheme. Bell quickly gets around the 17 and now gets around Gibbs in the 23. .7 seconds. Elliott's been running faster laps than Bell the last handful of laps. Trying to close. 110 laps left still. He's going to have a good chance to run him down as Bell's just got heavy lap traffic around him right now, and Elliott not as heavy of lap traffic. Got a car in the wall right now, backed up against it in turns 3 and 4. Caution is out for the 5th time today, and it's J.J. Yaley in the 15 car. So J.J. Yaley has spun. Trying to get to pit road. You have to wait for this whole line of traffic to get down first before he has a chance to get into the pits. Pace car will pick up Christopher Bell. And we'll be seeing pit stops with everybody short on fuel to the end of the race. And it could be the final stop of the day if we do stay green to the end. Still a little over 100 laps to go, and you guys will get to listen into the pit reporters under these final stops. Dead Cat's car is funny. I know, I was kind of thinking of that too when I saw that. I didn't realize that was a sponsor this week. I don't even know what that is. It's a little contact it looked like between Yaley and Truex on the back straightaway, which cut the left rear tire down potentially of the 15 car. Actually, the 15 got turned by Corey LaJoie. I don't think the contact with Truex had anything to do with it, but Yaley was up on the outside of the racetrack, as was Corey LaJoie, and LaJoie got in the back of the 15 and turned him. It didn't really look like the 15 ended up in the outside wall. I think he was able to get the car to stop right before he hit it, but needless to say, J.J. Yaley spun off the front bumper of the 7 Corey LaJoie, so he definitely had some help. Might just get fuel. I don't think so. I think it's going to be 4 tires for all the leaders. Maybe 2, but they've got 60 laps on their tires. I would have to imagine everybody's going to be taking 4. So otherwise, you're asking 150 laps out of your left side tires or your, all of your tires. And I think pit road will be open this time by. Yeah, no doubt in my mind, everybody's pitting here. Short on fuel. If it is the last caution, then these guys would have to go 150 laps.
Doing a great job of closing, but it's still a 5-car length advantage. So his pit crew has an advantage. They've got to take advantage of it. Dave.
Bell leapt to the lead last time on pit road. He said, I need more of the same. That's the adjustment. He says, I don't know what else I could ask for. As for Ryan Blaney, he debated himself on whether to have the car be tightened up or not. And as for Denny Hamlin, just a little slower pit stop last time. Wasn't a longer fuel fill. We'll see if the 11 can recover, Marty.
We'll see if Chase Elliott closed up enough there on Christopher Bell on the entry to pit road, hitting a stall. He said, I'm okay, tighter that run, but drive off was a lot better, and I felt like the car was really going to hang on the longer we went there. 4 tires for Chase Elliott, also Sunoco fuel in the car as well, trying to take advantage of that number 1 pit stall. They actually come out second. How about that, Chase Elliott?
Christopher Bell is going to win the race off pit road pretty easily. He had that big gap with all the lap cars between himself and then the second place car at the time of Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney picks up a spot on pit road. He'll be up to P2. I have another shot at Bell. Last restart, Bell elected the inside, was able to get by Blaney quickly. Blaney spun the tires in that outside lane, and we'll see if he can have a clean restart this time and maybe have a shot to take the lead away from Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin also lost a couple more spots on pit road. Lost 2 spots to Larson and Bubba Wallace, and that 45 team is going to gain 3 spots in the pits, going from 8th to 5th. Now he's in the top 5 for the first time today. John Fint, thanks for tuning in. How far back is Elliott? Elliott was 3rd off of the pit lane. Under caution right now. Just had pit stops. Got Logano, Chase, Hamlin, and Bell. Your championship 4. So you're thinking Bell's going to win this race. He definitely looks very fast. Very similar to how when Denny Hamlin was leading, he was pulling away with it. Toyota's definitely tough to beat today. Hamlin's pick crew keeps shooting themselves in the foot. They lost 3 spots under the second to last stop, and then he lost 2 more on this stop. Just taking it from the lead back to 6th total. Chastain is up to 11th. He gained 2 spots on pit road, so I believe the points gap is going to only be 2 points between Hamlin and Chastain in the restart, with Hamlin losing 2 and Chastain gaining 2, because I believe it was a 6-point difference before the caution came out. So if Ross Chastain could just pick up 2 spots and Hamlin finishes 6th or worse from where he's at right now, there's a chance. Hope they stay green now. We'll see. I don't know. Blaney's not going to wreck somebody to get in. He's not that kind of driver. I think a lot of these guys, they wouldn't... I'd say a lot of them, they wouldn't wreck a guy to get in. They would use him up, but they wouldn't, like, completely dump him. Unless Hamlin and Chastain are battling each other, then... Which they are right now. Hamlin, again, only +2 under the caution on Ross Chastain. Unless there's a rivalry going on between drivers that they're battling with, they wouldn't just dump them. They wouldn't pull a Harvick at Martinsville. Most drivers would not do that. They would use a bump and run. They'd rub on some guys and lean on them for it, but they wouldn't completely wreck them. Unless tempers, lead that way. Battling for position or prior past history, potentially. Not going to stay green. It's a madhouse now. We'll see. Still under the caution. Waiting to go green. No one's that kind of driver until they have to be. They're not gonna wreck. There's a difference between, a Martinsville bump and run and wrecking a guy. We saw that in the Xfinity race last night. Ty Gibbs just flat out wrecked Brandon Jones. There's a difference between that and what Brandon Jones did to Ty Gibbs, which is just a simple Martinsville bump and run to get around him. He didn't bump into him and rub him all the way down the straightaway and then leaned on him some more the next corner to get around him. He just bumped, knocked him up out of the groove, got around him, ran away until the next caution came out, and then Gibbs dumped him on the final lap. So, there's a difference, and I don't think these guys in the Cup Series are necessarily willing to actually dump a driver for that final. So, and maybe Ross Chastain will. We'll see if he's in that predicament. He's only -2. I don't even know if he'd be willing to necessarily do that intentionally. Most of the drivers he's dumped by accidents by over-aggressiveness to get around them. I don't think Chastain's deliberately wrecked anybody all season. Where he just went into the corner like, yeah, I'm wrecking you, and then he wrecks him. I mean, earlier today when he spun Keselowski, for instance, he locked the front tires up. Now, I don't think being over-aggressive and blaming that as your mistake for wrecking the guy is a good thing, but I do think, if there's no intentions there, makes it a little bit better, but it doesn't make it all the more better. It doesn't make it seem like, oh, well, no big deal then, but from driver to driver, but it's definitely a fine line there for sure. Again, Bell on the inside, Blaney on the outside, green flag back in the air. Blaney got a much better launch than what he did on the last restart. He'll hold tight with Christopher Bell off the exit of turn 2 down the back straightaway. Blaney get a slide in line in second right in front of Chase Elliott as he sits behind the 20 of Christopher Bell. Larson able to get to the bottom pretty quickly as he remains in fourth. Hamlin in fifth now as he gets by Joey Logano. And Bubba Wallace on the inside lane right behind the 22 and now on the inside of him. Custer Harvick side by side for position in the back half of the top 10, battling for 10th in fact. So Hamlin gained a spot in the restart. Ross Chastain actually lost 3 positions on the restart originally. Byron going to go 3 wide to the inside of Kevin Harvick and Chase Briscoe, and he's going to pass both of them in turns 1 and 2. What a move by the 24 of Byron. That's going to move him up a couple extra spots to 11th. But now Harvick with the crossover gets right back underneath the 24, leans on him a bit. And now drops back in line behind him in 1 and 2 on the other end of the track. Contact between Chastain and Briscoe off the exit of turn 2. Chastain leaning on the left rear corner panel and really on the tire of the 14. Chastain knows that he's in a points deficit right now and needs to somehow find a way to get 6 spots on Denny Hamlin. Meanwhile, Christopher Bell has ran his fastest lap of the race not too far after this restart of a 20.297. Ryan Blaney trying to keep pace. 92 laps still remain. Playoff drivers are running in first with Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney in second, Chase Elliott third, Kyle Larson fourth, Denny Hamlin fifth, Joey Logano in eighth, William Byron 10th, Chase Briscoe in 12th, Ross Chastain the last of the 8 in 13th. Comparison for where Bell's at compared to where he started on speed, with him not running his fastest lap till a few laps ago. Blaney's fastest lap of the race was all the way back at lap 5. As was most of these drivers' fastest laps were in those first 15 laps. The only drivers who have had their fastest lap of the race beyond lap 15 were Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell, both within the first couple laps of this last restart. A lot of these guys been back in traffic, though, throughout the course of the race today as well. Ross Chastain going to get by the 4 car of Kevin Harvick. That's a pass for 13th. Harvick's gone backwards a few positions. He was battling side by side with Custer initially for 10th on the restart. Now he's back to 14th. Custer up another spot to 9th, and Byron's inside the top 10 as well, up to 10th place, as Eric Almirola's fallen back a few spots, much like his teammate. Ryan Blaney about 3 car lengths behind Christopher Bell with 88 laps to go. Make that 87 at the line right now, with Christopher Bell in the race lead. Chase Elliott sits in third. Gap between himself and the race leader, 1.3 seconds. Larson's actually closing in on the 9 of Elliott right now. Hamlin right behind the 5 car as well. Ryan Blaney now a half a second off the race lead, as he just does not have the pace that 20 car does. And really the only one who I think even has a chance to have the same pace as Bell is going to be Denny Hamlin, unless lap traffic holds Bell up enough on this final run, potential final run of the race. There's been 25 to 30 laps before they get into lap traffic, so we have to have a green flag run that long first. Gene Huddleston, thanks for tuning into the stream. Thanks for everybody watching. We have over 300 people in the chat right now. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. We'll have coverage throughout the course of the offseason, likely the last live commentary stream of the season. I'll be at Phoenix next weekend for the championship for the Truck Xfinity and Cup Series, so there will be race highlights from the grandstands for most of you that do know the races that I go to in person. And again, the races I don't, got commentary right here. We'll be doing Xfinity and Truck Series commentary for every race next season as well as the Cup Series. So I'll have a change in my work schedule at my full-time job. So good for me, good for you guys. Briscoe going to get around the 24 of Byron. I think he put the bumper to him in turns 3 and 4, and that's a pass for 10th. First time Briscoe's been back in the top 10 since having that pit road penalty way back during the Stage 1 break at around lap 135. It has been almost 300 laps since the last time Briscoe was in the top 10, but he is there now. And he was in the top 5 before, so we'll see how good of a car he's got in the closing stage of this race. Bell consistently faster than Ryan Blaney. He was about a 10th quicker that last lap than the 12. He continues to try to pull away. Come to the ARCA race at Phoenix. It depends when I get off my plane. I don't know if I'm going to get there in time for that. I think it starts like 3 hours before the truck race. I might get there like during it, but I haven't been to Phoenix Raceway before though either, so we'll see. I definitely won't be able to get any race highlights from that race. It's just an ARCA West race too. It's not even like a main ARCA race either, so I'm not too worried about it. If Christopher Bell or Ryan Blaney do not win this race, then the urgency isn't quite there for Chastain. He'll be pretty far above the cutoff line of both Byron and Blaney. He's 16 points ahead of the 24 right now. It's 17 points ahead of the 12. Starts around 11. Truck race starts at 10. I believe that night. Eastern Standard Time. But local time, I don't even know what time zone Arizona's in. What would that be local time? Like 7 or 8? I don't know if they're Pacific or Mountain Time. There's a time change that weekend too, but I know Arizona doesn't move their clocks back, so I'm thinking that they're Mountain Time now and they'll be Pacific Time later. Yeah, Briscoe in the top 10. And Briscoe right behind his teammate Cole Custer as well. We'll see how much Custer may potentially hold up Briscoe. Briscoe a little wide off turn 2, almost ended up in the wall. William Byron still keeping the pressure on that 14 car in front of him. Briscoe's able to get by him, but he certainly has not pulled away. These guys have to be harder on the throttle, harder on the brakes throughout the course of the finish here than what they probably have this entire race leading up to where we're at right now. A 1 second lead for Christopher Bell over Ryan Blaney, who is in second. Chase Elliott is 2 seconds off the lead in third. Kyle Larson's in fourth, 2.2 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin in fifth, 2.9 seconds off the lead. That's the top 5 as we run right now. One second between the 20 and the 12 still. Last lap, Ryan Blaney was actually a bit quicker than Christopher Bell by about 4/100ths of a second. I don't know if that was just out of nowhere or if he's going to have that consistent pace to the end of the run to actually catch the 20. There could be lap traffic in front of the 20 now because they've gone about 25 laps or so into this green flag run, which has been about the time where we've been seeing the leaders catch lap traffic today, 25 to 30 laps into the run. Kyle Larson put pressure on Chase Elliott. He's left the 11 of Hamlin in the dust just a bit. Got a little battle for third going on between the 5 and the 9. Showing the Xfinity Series finish on the screen right now. I think they're showing that because the 5 and the 9 are racing each other for position. Showing maybe more respect than what there was between teammates yesterday. I mean, not even teammates. Just to do that on a non-teammate would be bad enough. Buddha Man, thanks for tuning in. Pretty big gap right now between 5th and 6th. Definitely tell that the faster cars are pretty much 5th on up through the field, which have been the same 5 pretty much in the top 5 most of the race. Bell's up to 5th after pit stops at the end of stage 1. And he's been in the top 5 ever since. Blaney's pretty much been top 6, 7 all race. Elliott's been top 5 the whole race. Larson, Hamlin. These have been the guys up towards the front the entire race. Is the reason why they're there now at the finish. They've held their track position. They've had at least good enough pit stops to maintain track position towards the front of the field. I'd say the only outlier would be Hamlin, and he's lost a couple spots over the last few stops each. But he's still in 5th. And in position to make the championship 4 as long as Chastain is not able to pass another 5 cars before the end of this race. Which that could also be gained on pit road. And I almost wonder, if we get another caution, if you're Ross Chastain, do you stay out? Because that would gain you about 10 points, and then you could afford to lose 4 or 5 positions and still end up making it. And I think that would be not a bad strategy call by any means. And maybe even be worth the risk for Briscoe and Byron to do the same thing with them being in must-win situations. So caution would definitely be interesting to see who pits, who stays out. I think they do opposite, though. I think if the leaders stay out, they're going to end up pitting, considering there's only 17 cars on the lead lap as well. You have nothing to lose. You just kind of hope that you get caution after caution after caution like there was in the Xfinity race, try to chip away, similar to what Josh Berry was able to do in the Xfinity Series race late yesterday. Running order right now all the way through the field as we have just 60 laps to go would be Christopher Bell in the lead, Ryan Blaney in 2nd, Chase Elliott in 3rd, 4th place is Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin in 5th, Bubba Wallace 6th, Brad Keselowski 7th, Joey Logano in 8th, Chase Briscoe in 9th, Cole Custer rounds out the top 10. He's had a great day today. William Byron in 11th, Eric Almirola in 12th, Ross Chastain in 13th, Kevin Harvick 14th, Daniel Suarez 15th, Harrison Burton's falling back to 16th, Todd Gilliland 17th, he's the last car in the lead lap. Michael McDowell is in 18th, 19th is Eric Jones, Corey LaJoie is 20th, Mark Truex Jr. in 21st, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, AJ Allmendinger 24th, Chris Buescher 25th, 26th is Noah Gragson, Justin Haley 27th, Austin Cindric 28th, Landon Castle 29th, and then 30th is Cody Ware, 31st Ty Dillon, Kyle Busch 7 laps down at 32nd, 33rd is J.J. Yeley still in the race, 12 laps down. 3 cars out of the race today, Austin Dillon in 34th, B.J. McLeod 35th, Tyler Reddick will be last in 36th. A little contact between Bell and Cindric up off of turn number 2. Cindric might have been trying to hold the 20 up a bit, knowing that the 12 was in 2nd. And he was going to race him a little extra hard there. It's the second time that Cindric and Bell have made some extreme contact. I don't think he was trying to hold him up. I mean, Cindric was on the outside of the 51 of Cody Ware, and it looked like the 20 just drove into his door off of turn 2. Got back in the gas maybe a little too soon. Chastain has made a pass for position on the racetrack. He has gotten around Almirola for 12th. 4 points separate Hamlin and Chastain right now with 56 laps to go. Ryan Blaney has closed on the 20 of Bell. That's slow up from Cindric, and Blaney's been pretty even with Bell for the most part over the last handful of laps as well. 54 laps to go, and there's only about a half a car length distance between the 12 and the 20. Both have to win at this point the way the points are looking right now to make it to the championship 4. I mean, it's simple. One of these two are going to get in, and one of them will not. Elliott, Larson, Hamlin all trying to close as well. Top 5 all within 1.9 seconds of the lead. Again, it's Christopher Bell in first, Ryan Blaney second, Chase Elliott third, Kyle Larson in fourth, Denny Hamlin is fifth. Bubba Wallace in sixth, Brad Keselowski seventh, Joey Logano eighth, Chase Briscoe ninth, Cole Custer is the top 10. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We have 52 laps to go and counting down to the end of this race. Blaney's still hovering right around Bell. Last lap, Bell ran a 20.816, and Blaney ran a 20.790, so he was almost 200ths of a second quicker. It's not much, but he has been just a slight bit quicker than Christopher Bell. That last lap, 1500ths of a second better is Blaney. 20.755, Bell 20.770, and that's even with Bell having cleaner air, with no lap cars in front of him right now, and Blaney right all over the back of the 20. Blaney's just trying to keep pace with the 20 car right now, and then when they get into lap traffic, hopefully close and get to the inside. Bell seemed to chatter the front tires getting into turn 1 that time. Still long green flag run to the end if it does stay green. 92 laps on these tires is quite a long time. We've seen a few runs like that today, and the Toyotas of Bell and Hamlin have been the best on those kinds of long runs. So does this 12 have the pace that he's running now? Can he actually keep that up over the long haul? It's kind of the next question. Austin Almada, thanks for tuning in. Ross out of it. He's 4 points below the cutoff line right now, with Bell in the lead. Bell or Blaney win. Chastain would be out as of right now at 12th. He's got to gain 4 positions or have Hamlin lose 4. Bubba Wallace about 2 seconds behind Denny Hamlin, yet would be the next closest driver behind the 11. And as far as positions, if we look 4 positions ahead of Chastain, that would go up to Logano at 8th. And he is 3 seconds ahead of Ross Chastain. That's tough to gain at Martinsville, especially with lap traffic as well. So I think the only chance Chastain's going to gain those spots is if a caution comes out. And he either gets around him on a restart or tries some sort of pit strategy to get his way up there. It's going to depend on how many laps are left for the leaders to even think about pitting too. Because as of right now, these guys have about 45 to 50 laps on their tires. Decent amount. We're obviously seeing some fall off. Compared to their fastest laps of the race right now, they're running consistently a half a second slower. Even at the start of the run. Bell's fastest lap was one of the first couple laps after the restart. He's running about a half a second slower. But that's a big if, though, because as of right now, it is still green. AJ Allmendinger going to let the 20 of Bell go easily on the straightaway. Imagine he'll probably do the same with Ryan Blaney here as well. Blaney's lost his pace all of a sudden. Bell has been much quicker than the 12, and now Ryan Blaney's about 1.2 seconds off the race lead. He was just 3 to 4 tenths of a second back before the side-by-side commercial break a few laps ago. Blaney running a little over a tenth slower all of a sudden. Five drivers in this current 16-man playoff format have won the elimination race while being below the cutoff line going into the race itself. Last one was Chase Elliott in the round of 8 in 2020, and when he then went on to win the championship. Bell and Blaney both below the cutoff line coming into the race and running 1 and 2 right now. Blaney 1.4 seconds back. He is really, really losing Bell. This is where Bell just... In the Toyotas in general, Denny Hamlin too is probably going to get quicker and quicker versus the rest of the field in front of him. That's only going to be harder for Chastain to hope that Hamlin even loses any positions. .37 to go. I think lap traffic's going to have to be extremely heavy for Bell to not only be slow enough, but also Blaney just quick enough to get back in front of him. There is quite a bit of lap traffic up ahead of Bell, I guess. About 5 or 6 cars running single file towards the tail end of the lead lap. There is a car in the wall, and that's going to bring out a caution for the 6th time this afternoon. Landon Castle's up against the outside wall in turns 3 and 4, which has been where all the accidents have taken place today. Window net is down on the 77. Pretty good impact with the right front of his race car. There's a fire underneath the right front. Some rubber buildup, I'm sure. So we saw from a couple of other cars today as well. Well, we mentioned a caution would change everything. We've definitely got a caution now, and it's going to change everything. Now, who pits, who stays out, as we have about 33 laps to go. Pit road is still closed. This is definitely going to be interesting. It's going to be based off of how the leaders do. If the leaders pit, I think if you're in the playoffs, you stay out. Whether you're outside the top 10 or in the top 10 right now in the running order. Because that's going to be your best chance of winning this race. Because even if we get caution after caution after caution, then you're wasting green flag laps with caution laps, and it's going to be harder and harder and harder to make passes. Pit road still closed that time by. Track position or fresh tires. There's 17 cars on the lead lap. Michael McDowell will get the free pass in 18th. So there will actually be 18 cars on the lead lap. So if you pit, you kind of go based off of that, especially if you're at the tail end of the field. What is going to be the call? This is interesting. You guys will get to listen into the reports.
If only 3 stay out, we're staying out too. If 3 or more stay out, we're pitting.
All right, again, I have to make a decision. I like that feedback. Everybody starts to come. The 20.
Pretty much all the leaders coming in.
5.
Briscoe staying out.
There you have it. The 14 stays out. 41 stays out as well, Dave.
Oh boy, here you go, Christopher Bell. A little tight on stickers the first couple of laps, so they'll make an adjustment for that. Denny Hamlin says, I think I could be just a little bit freer in that 11 car, but the big thing, his team needs a fast stop, Marty.
Chase Elliott said that was just way too tight there. Almost had to park it across the middle to get the car to turn.
Oh,
He
Blaney
told
got
Alan
squeezed
Gustafson,
on pit
I don't
road.
know what you need to do.
And had to
All I know
lift.
is I need to be back where we were at the run before that. So Chase Elliott trying to finally take advantage of this #1 pit stall for fresh Goodyear tires. But how about the call by Johnny Klausmeyer's team to leave Chase Briscoe out? Love it.
No tires, fuel only for William Byron. Gains him 6 spots. Blaney had to lift on pit road because he about got sandwiched between Byron and Bell. Might have cost him a little bit of time as well. Kyle Larson went with 2 tires as well as Brad Keselowski. So Cole Custer, Chase Briscoe, they stay out. Larson on 2 tires, Keselowski on 2, Byron went fuel only. Christopher Bell. On back, took 4 tires. Well, Briscoe wins. Same thing applies. But I'm surprised Chastain didn't pit. Or didn't stay out. Denny Hamlin lost a lot of spots on pit road. He's back at 12th. Hamlin's in 11th. Chastain in 11th still. So he gained some points in the pits. And that 11 team, I think they just shot themselves in the foot again. I have to wait when NBC comes back from the commercial break to verify that. Gonna crash every 3 laps from here on out. The Cup Series usually has a little bit more respect than the Xfinity or the Truck Series. It's gonna depend, though. Not sure exactly how Landon Castle crashed. I'm not sure if he had help. Or if maybe he had a brake rotor failure like Austin Dillon did earlier. Showing the 11 stop right now.
Watch that tire changer. They're going to jack it up. Pulling. Left front won't come off. The jack man has to jack it one more time. Slow stop for Denny Hamlin and taking 4 tires. He actually gets beat out by the one of Chastain. And then you look on the left side. Old tires for Briscoe and Custer. Can the old tires hold up? Behind them, a group of 2 tires. Larson, Keselowski, Byron also needing to win.
Byron took 2, by the way, not
Bell
0.
Back there in 6 on 4 tires. Can he find a way to get to victory lane? And the battle down here, we are not going to want to miss this. With a new winner, it's a points battle between the 1 and the 11. So your eyes are going to have to be everywhere, Rick, because there's battles everywhere.
Well, Chase Briscoe being up front, that is what is creating that points battle between the 11 and the 1. If Chase Briscoe falls out of that lead, then both the 11 and the 1 would move up, and they would both be in the championship 4.
It's not just Briscoe on the front row with old tires, it's Custer as well. So you're going to have, let's see what they do when they come to the choose. They're not choosing this lap. But what do? Do they split the front row, one on the bottom, one on the top? I can't believe they would give somebody the outside with new tires. So I think they'll probably split it, but having them side by side is going to make it a little more difficult for somebody to make a pass really quickly.
Well, the best way to do this, and this is a little controversial because we're talking about teams helping, but it's been done in Martinsville for years. It was done yesterday. If I am these 2 cars, if I'm the 14, I take the top. If I'm the 41, I take the bottom, and then the 41 lets the 14 in. That would be the plan I would try to do, and that way at least I have 1 car behind me on the bottom. to try to protect, because the 5 and the 6, let me tell you, they could care less what Chase Briscoe has on the line. They're going to be pushing.
What concerns me also is the pace behind, right? So here we come. We're coming to the choose. But these cars are going to be going much slower when they enter turn 1. How's that going to stack the field up? Is that going to cause a wreck in the 4th, 6th, 7th row behind them? We see it so many times. They've split the front row.
Oh, man. We saw so many guys on the last restart fighting to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Who's willing to jump on that outside line and try to take advantage of all of those cars bottlenecking the bottom of the racetrack?
The 11 picked the outside. The 1 picked the inside. They're separated by 4 points.
I like that move. We saw that inside not work for Chastain. The previous restart, he lost multiple spots.
So Briscoe will be on the bottom on the front row. A win will lock him into the Championship 4, where he had one at Phoenix earlier in the spring, so he is definitely a championship threat at this point. And then we're going to have to watch the points battle between Chastain and Hamlin, who will be lined up back at row 6. Assuming that Briscoe, Bell, or Blaney wins this race. Green flag in the air. Pretty good launch by both the 14 and the 41. Briscoe trying to hold on strong on the inside. Has not cleared Custer. Now he has. Custer moves down to the bottom right in front of Kyle Larson to hold on to second. Briscoe to the inside, though. I should say Custer to the inside of Briscoe. Couldn't get the drive off, and Chase Briscoe holds on to the race lead. 2x2 most of the way through the field right now. Bell is the first driver on 4 fresh tires in 5th. Keselowski trying to go to the outside of the 41. That's a desperation move to say the least. But he might actually went to the outside of Larson, because Larson was the 3rd place car. Keselowski in 4th. The more they battle, the more that's going to help Chase Briscoe in the lead as we're down to 22 laps to go. Bell sitting behind the 5 and the 4, the 5 and the 6, and then the 12 just now clearing William Byron for 6th place off of turn 4. Chastain just put the bumper to Denny Hamlin and moved him up out of the way. Hamlin stuck in the outside lane. He door slams Chastain back going into turn 1. 2 points separate Hamlin and Chastain. Chastain runs the 11 up the racetrack. Hamlin late into the braking zone. Gets to the outside of Ross Chastain again. What a dive by Denny Hamlin. Gets it to stick in turns 1 and 2. Back at 4th go the 11 and the 1. Hamlin needs to go. He's 2 points behind Ross Chastain right now. He has finally cleared Chastain. And now Chastain is on defense trying to make sure he doesn't lose 2 more positions. As Hamlin runs 11, Chastain in 12th as they were beating and banging back at 4th. Chastain trying to make sure the 11 doesn't get away. As of right now, Denny Hamlin has to pick up 3 spots because Chastain has the tiebreaker. So Hamlin has to pick up 3 spots if Chase Briscoe wins, and he is still the leader, and Custer is still in 2nd. Keselowski's 3rd. Bell is back at 4th after just getting by Kyle Larson. All the drivers ahead of the 20 right now either stayed out of the pits or took 2 tires. Hamlin now to the inside of Chase Elliott for position. Side by side is the 11 and the 9 through turns 3 and 4. Bell and Larson get together a bit. Down to the bottom. Larson runs the 20. Up the track just a little bit into turn 1, using him up. Can't clear him off turn 2. Bell on the outside. Larson on the inside as they battle for 4th. Blaney sticking his nose underneath the 20. Can't get around him. Larson nearly clear of Bell, but not quite on the front straightaways. We're down to 15 laps to go now. Hamlin, meanwhile, to the inside of Bubba Wallace in the 45. Hasn't cleared him off of turn 2, but if he does, it'll be a tie between Hamlin and Chastain for the final playoff spot to make it to the Championship 4. Hamlin has cleared Wallace off turn 4. Now he has to pass Joey Logano, who is right behind William Byron. Assuming Briscoe still wins the race, which right now Briscoe leads by 0.8 of a second over Custer, pulling away. And Keselowski still a couple tenths behind Custer as well. What a strategy call from the 14. Something they pretty much had to do in a must-win situation, and right now it's working out for him. Best thing he's hoping for is that it stays green to the end, and those drivers on fresh tires aren't able to work their way through the field, which right now they haven't been able to. They've been kind of just stuck in traffic. So Hamlin either needs to get around Logano or hope that Harrison Burton gets around Ross Chastain before the end of this race in order to get that final playoff spot and knock one or the other out. Hamlin putting the bumper to Logano. Gets to the inside on the front straightaway and is looking for the spot. 11 to go. Hamlin on the inside of the 22 in a battle for 9th place on the racetrack. 8th place, rather. Side by side into 3 and 4. Hamlin's got the inside lane. Running the 22 cleanly, at least door to door for right now. 10 to go. Chastain is closing in on the 9, though, of Chase Elliott. He's going to be probably aggressive to try to pass him. If the 11 gets by the 22, then the 1 has to get by the 9. Christopher Bell, by the way, and Cole Custer's been passed by a couple cars. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he got moved out of the way. Custer's back to 6th and free-falling. Keselowski's up to 2nd, 4/10 of a second behind Briscoe. And Christopher Bell is in 3rd. Blaney up to 5th. Still behind Larson. Custer holding up the 24 car. He's going backwards. I think it's just the old tires right now because Briscoe is having a hard time holding off the 6. Keselowski into the back of the 14. He got loose off of turn 2 and saves it. And now Bell's on the outside of Keselowski for 2nd. Keselowski runs the 20 up the track trying to hold on to 2nd place, and Briscoe's slowly pulling away again. 7 laps to go. Keselowski gets hit from behind by Kyle Larson. That launches him up into Bell, and Bell's going to still be able to clear the 6 of Keselowski, and he's going after the race lead. Hamlin is 2 points ahead of Chastain, and Chastain's just hoping that either Briscoe or Bell do not win the race. But they're running 1st and 2nd. Larson into the back of the 6 car for 3rd again. Down to 6 laps to go. A win and you're in for both Briscoe and Bell right now, running 1st and 2nd. Bell closing in 3 and 4, all over the back of the 14. 5 laps to go at Martinsville. Bell is right there. He gets to the bumper of the 14. He moves him up the track, and Bell gets squeezed down on the inside. There's contact on the back straightaway. Briscoe on the outside, Bell down low. Dyer straights for Briscoe. Larson moves the 6 out of the way. Keselowski loses a spot to Larson. Blaney on the inside of the 6. Bell is in the lead. And Briscoe trying to hold on in case we get another late race restart. Larson to the inside of the 14 car for 2nd. 1 point is the difference between Chastain and Hamlin. Chastain battling with Chase Elliott. Blaney gets by the 14 car as well as the 6. A 3-wide move as Briscoe is moving backwards now. Keselowski locks up the front tire, slides wide. Blaney's up to 3rd. Chastain has gotten by the 9 of Chase Elliott and is tied with Hamlin. Hamlin now, though, is going to get by the 14 of Chase Briscoe. That's a spot. Hamlin now into the back of the 24 of Byron, and Denny Hamlin is up to 5th. Hamlin 2 points to the good on Ross Chastain. Nobody for Chastain to pass for the meantime, and Hamlin's moving forward, not backwards. 2 to go. Coming to the white flag right now. Next flag ends the race as the white flag is in the air. 8/10 of a second lead for Christopher Bell over Kyle Larson. 2 rounds in a row, the Hail Mary has been thrown by the 20 team of Bell to take 4 tires on a late race restart. And it's going to work both times because Christopher Bell is going to win at Martinsville and advance himself into the championship 4. We got a car in the wall off turn 4 back there. I think it was Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain pulled off a video game move to jump by a bunch of spots, and I don't know if it worked or not. Not sure who is in right now, if it's Chastain or Hamlin, but I think Chastain tried a video game move going full throttle against the outside wall in turns 3 and 4, and he beat Denny Hamlin by inches to the line. Unlike anything I have ever seen in my life, Ross Chastain has just made it to the championship for what? Literally wall riding like you're in a NASCAR video game online lobby. He wall rode all the way through 3 and 4 full throttle and passed about 6 cars. And he ends up knocking out Hamlin by 4 positions. I'm in disbelief. Bell has won. He's in. Chastain just rode the wall and kind of cheated the system there. I didn't think anything like that was possible. We've seen it a couple times at Darlington being tried. It did not work there, but here at Martinsville it worked. Straight out of a video game. I was wondering, I was like, wait, Chastain's at 5th? I'm like, how did that happen? I can't believe what I just saw. Brilliant by Chastain, but that just faults the NASCAR playoff system to a T at the same time. I don't know if that's like bad racing etiquette though either to do that. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know how to judge that as a fan. It worked. Got 400 people in the chat right now. I'm seeing what you guys think of it. I wonder what's going to go down between him and Hamlin. I don't know, if anything. Hamlin's got to be in disbelief as much as we all are. Yeah, have you ever? No, I have never. You'll get to hear all the post-race interviews on our stream, so don't go anywhere.
Justin Marks hired that guy right there. He's talked about his commitment to winning, willing to do it all. On a day where Christopher Bell had a step-up moment with a shot to win a championship, that guy, Ross Chastain, also.
We've seen it before, but I don't never believe we've seen it work, and certainly not work to that effect.
There's Justin Marks, co-owner of Trackhouse Racing with Pitbull. Big hug for Ross Chastain. Watch this. Just watch.
Yeah, he ran an 18.845 on the last lap of the race.
That is not sped up. That is actual time. It looks as though it is sped up because no one's ever gone through 3 and 4 at Martinsville that fast, ever.
I am willing to agree with that, Rick. I believe that is a new record. I mean, his lap time was 2.5 seconds faster than Christopher Bell.
It was
2.5 seconds. That lap was faster than the pole.
He ran an 18.8 lap on his last lap. And again, it's almost overshadowing what happened with Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell had to come in here and win this race. He did that. He came in and won this race. He had done it before at Charlotte at the Roval, and now he has won his way into the championship four and a shot at the championship. Marty.
Here's Bell with Marty Snyder.
What a way for Joe Gibbs Racing to get their 200th win. Christopher Bell, back-to-back rounds, delivers in a must-win scenario. What were you thinking on that final restart, Christopher, trying to catch your good friend Chase Briscoe? I see the emotion in your eyes.
Mom and Dad, we did it! Woo! I can't believe it, man. To come here to Martinsville, this place has always been so tough on me, and I just pre-race I was looking up and seeing all the fans, and this place is packed, and just I don't even know what to say. Just thank you so much to DeWalt, Ream, Toyota, everyone on this Joe Gibbs Racing 20 team, man. They believed in me since day one. We went to Xfinity and did really well, and struggled in the Cup side for the first little bit, and they stuck with me. So very appreciative to be here, and I don't even know what to say.
What is it about this race team that you guys can come through like this in back-to-back rounds, Christopher?
Man, you know, I say it all the time, but the driver is just a small piece of the puzzle for, you know, these races. And, you know, the reason why this car won today is because it was the best car on the racetrack. And Adam Stevens, Tyler, William, this entire 20 group, they never give up, you know? Our back's against the wall and it looks like it's over, and they show up and give me the fastest car out here. So just, I don't know, man, words can't describe this feeling.
That is the emotion, Dylan, of making the championship for Christopher Bell, and a must-win. He delivers.
And talk about emotion, Marty. Ross Chastain, oh my word. Ty Norris just leaned in here and asked you when you thought of that move. You said you thought about it before today. How did you ever dream up a scenario where something like that would be what you needed to do and that it would work?
Oh, played a lot of NASCAR 2005 on the GameCube with Chad growing up, and you could get away with it, and I never knew if it would actually work. And I did that when I was 8 years old, and I grabbed 5th gear. I asked off of 2 on the last lap if we needed it, and we did. I couldn't tell who was leading, and I just made the choice. I grabbed 5th gear down the back and full committed. Once I got against the wall, I basically let go of the wheel and just hoped I didn't catch the turn 4 access gate or something crazy, but I was willing to do it. And for this Trackhouse group, right, we've done everything. We have so much right this year that for Advent Health, the Moose, Jockey, Worldwide Express, to lose Rob this year, it's just, we got a Rose riding with us, right, an angel overhead. And yeah, I've thought about that for a long time, but today for our Moose Chevy, we didn't have what we needed, and just glad we could do whatever we could do. An incredible pit stop in the last stop to even put us in position to even be close enough by our pit crew. Our guys are incredible, and all we asked for was a chance.
We've documented your career path. We've talked about how this Trackhouse team is a relative upstart, but you guys had big goals. I know this was a goal of yours, of this team, to have an opportunity to race for a championship. So now that you're in that position, what does this mean to you?
Well, I hope everybody remembers that 2 years ago, in the fall of 2020, I went down to the Southern 500 with Spire Motorsports, and it was a big deal for us to put sticker tires on, and we had a podcast sponsoring the car, and it was a big deal to beat one car. We were trying to go single-digit laps down, and that was 2 years ago at the fall Darlington race at the Southern 500, and to be here fighting for a championship now, it's just so surreal. So when I stumble on my words, when I make mistakes on track, I hope everybody remembers, like 2 years ago, I was out here 7 laps down, and now Trackhouse, Chip Ganassi last year gave me the opportunity, the 42, Doug Ducard, everybody there, but Ty Norris and Justin Marks and Pitbull to have this vision and give Daniel and I everything we need. Daniel Suarez, incredible teammate, and I just can't not believe that we have a chance to go fight for a championship. All we asked for is a chance. We kept our world small today and this year so far, and we'll do the same thing going to Phoenix.
They did it with the move that's probably going to be played as long as NASCAR exists. Ross Chastain, Dave, is racing for a championship next week.
Dylan, it was an unbelievable move. It cost
Here's
Denny
Denny
a chance
Hamlin.
to go to his 5th championship 4. Can you believe it came down that way?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta execute all day, and we just didn't control the race when we had control of it. Each caution we just kept losing some spots, and that's the way it is. But thank my whole Chris Gabehart and the whole FedEx Camry team for giving me a really fast car today. I mean, it's just unbelievable when it was out front. Yeah, just couldn't quite hang on to it there on pit road. But congrats to Christopher. You know, those guys just did an amazing job. You know, really capitalizing and doing well and winning races when they needed to, and hopefully they can carry the banner for us.
And Denny, fighting for position late in the race, even with Ross, it seemed like traditional Martinsville, you just got to try to get everything you can.
Yeah, certainly. We're trying to battle, and you know, obviously I was trying to get in there, and you know, but I was, you know, it's just racing. It's what racing is here at Martinsville, and actually pretty happy with how somewhat clean it was there towards the end, as crazy as it was with guys on different tires. But, I can't say enough for my team to give us a shot. We're in the 20s for most of this season in points just because of our up and down execution, but we're going to end up 5th in points, so that is what it is.
You've watched the replay a couple of times. What do you think of Ross's move?
It was a great move, brilliant. I mean, certainly a great move by the, when you have no other choice, it certainly is easy to do that, but, well executed.
Denny Hamlin's championship will have to wait another year, guys, on a day where they had a fast number 11.
This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. Bell, we heard the emotion in his voice. He is now in Ruoff Victory Lane celebrating. What a day it has been. Those of us that...
I'm still speechless at what just happened for Ross Chastain to do that. You almost wonder, though, too. I feel like, not in this race specifically, but going on in the future, what's to stop people from doing that again? If we're going to have Martinsville races in general, truck, Xfinity, Cup, modifieds wouldn't really work because they're open wheel. But anyway, what's to stop anybody from doing that to win a race on the last lap? I feel like, credit to Ross Chastain for doing what he did there. Brilliant. I mean, it worked. Nobody else has ever done it. And he's the first to do it. It worked out for him at Martinsville, specifically. But when we come back to Martinsville in the spring, I feel like NASCAR has to put in the rule book that you can't ride the wall at full speed on the last lap because otherwise, you look at his lap time, 18.845 was his lap. Christopher Bell, the race winner's fastest lap of the race, was a 20.297. He ran almost a second and a half faster lap time than the guy who won the race. So if you know you're going to gain that much time, it was almost 2 seconds faster than Bell's last lap of the race. So if you know you're going to gain almost 2 seconds, somebody could literally go on, lead like 499 at 500 laps. And if they have a 1.5 second lead on the last lap, somebody could ride the wall like that and beat you back to the start finish. So I feel like going forward, they have to make a rule that you can't do that. But because it did work out in the first instance, credit to Ross Chastain for doing what he did. It worked. I can't believe what just happened, but I feel like for future sake, not right now, but for future sake, and future Martinsville races, I feel like, and it maybe even like New Hampshire, just make it for an all track, not even just this specific track to do that. Because I feel like there is some sort of racing etiquette in that, to a sense that's, broken, even though we haven't seen it before. He literally went from 11th to 5th in the final corner. Not because guys were wrecking ahead of him, but because he literally rode the wall all the way through the final corner. Crazy. Why can't you ride the wall? No, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying for future reference, in the future, I'm talking like next year we go to Martinsville. Even in the spring race, take the playoffs out of it. In the spring race, who's to stop somebody from a second off the lead from doing that? Or the race leader does it just to prevent his lead. Because the guy in second might do that. I don't know. That's just nuts. Let him do it if he makes it. No, I understand. No, I'm not mad at him for making that move at all. I am not mad at Ross Chastain at all for making the move. People are kind of coming at me in the chat for thinking this way. I'm just saying for racing integrity down the road. This could literally be every Martinsville finish going forward, theoretically. What's to stop anybody else from making that kind of a move on the last lap to win a Martinsville race going forward? I mean, racing for 499 and 3/4 laps just to ride the wall in the last corner to win the race every single, year. That's why I think that they should make a rule that you can't do this going forward. Thanks for everybody who is watching right now. Maybe some newcomers late in the race. We had over 400 people watching there in those closing laps, and we all lived the drama that was. It does. I kind of feel bad for Christopher Bell that overshadows his win. But when you have something that you've never seen before, in that clutch of a circumstance to do it, I mean, that's literally, that has made NASCAR history. Like, that is going to forever be a replay going forward of what Ross Chastain was able to do to get to the championship 4. Speed passing cars on the right, yeah, really. One thing that could stop is a race at a different track. Well, even if Martinsville wasn't in the playoffs anymore, even for spring races though, with the win in your end format, which I do, to a certain extent agree with you. Yeah, they can not race at Martinsville anymore, but I mean I don't think you should take the track off the schedule just to keep guys from riding the wall to pass. I think it'd just be easier to make a rule that you can't do that going forward. Yeah, don't take my words out of context. I'm just saying that for going forward, not in this race. Chastain did what he did, and brilliant for him doing it. Here's Chase Briscoe with Parker Kligerman.
Probably 8 less laps. That would have been nice. And if I would have known that move that Ross did worked, I would have just done that for 8 more laps. So, I mean, we were obviously on a lot older tire there, and thought there for a little bit I was going to be okay, and I just fell off a cliff pretty hard. So, yeah, I should have used the wall. That would have definitely been, I think, a pretty good deal to use there. I've thought about it in the past. I just never was brave enough to do it. But, yeah, I just couldn't hold them guys off with new tires. I mean, I just didn't have the forward drive or even the side bite to hold them off. So, knew when the 6 got to me, I was going to be in trouble. And then at that point, I was so much slower than guys. They were just able to drive through me. So, yeah, proud of our team. We were in position there at the end to potentially capitalize on it. Just penalty at the beginning really just buried us and just struggled to get back after that. But, yeah, win as a team, lose the team. These guys have probably kept me in the playoffs more often than not, just gaining me positions on pit roads. So, yeah, go to Phoenix next week and see if we can win.
You were right there as Ross did that move down into turn 3. What were you thinking when you saw him go up in the corner like that?
Yeah, he was behind me. He was probably 10 car lengths behind me, and my spotter told me I think he was needing a point. So I was looking in my mirror to make sure that I wasn't about to get drove through, and I saw him coming. I was like, oh my gosh, he's cleaning me out here, and he was coming wide open. And then I saw him go to the wall, and I was pretty amazed. I was just cringing when he got to the gate off of 4. But yeah, just I don't know if he tried on iRacing or what. I think all of us have done it on some video games and whatnot. But yeah, just he executed it well, and yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of wormhole that opens up at the end of these races going forward for sure.
Yeah, see, that's Briscoe kind of
this 14 team, Dave.
And
Briscoe kind of touched on very briefly at the end, what's going to come with these races going forward. So that's kind of the same thing I was thinking. Here's Ryan Blaney with Dave Burns.
It looked like it could get there. What was the takeaway?
Yeah, I thought, we didn't start off very good. I felt like we kind of faded at the end of the first stage, so we got better and better all night, which is good. We had a shot, just kind of grabbed the lead there before the last caution and just couldn't get around the 20 and kind of burned my stuff off trying to pass the 20. And but then, just a wild restart and just didn't kind of get through the traffic as quickly as Bell did, and they ended up winning the race. So proud of the discount tire guys. I put us in a bad spot the first 2 races of this round, and we almost had a really good night to where we could move on. So I appreciate their support. Thanks to Menards, Ford, Discount Tire, Advanced Auto Parts, everybody, Body Armor. Just think it's not making it to the Final 4, but we'll learn and hopefully apply the good things next year.
I heard you saying about this round. Your crew chief told me this morning you've worn a lot of that on you, and this race seemed to be, you took all that away. You drove the car hard. The car was, at times, a winning car.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're obviously going to feel bad about mistakes you make, like it's just driver error in the last 2 weeks. So, but we try to do the best to just forget about those and move on from them and just focus on tonight. And that's what we did. And we did a good job of getting better and better and kind of knew we had to probably win the race. Everyone who was in front of us in points, they run really good here. So, but almost made it happen. Like I said, really appreciate the 12 group for their effort all year. And we'll go try to run well at Phoenix and end the year good. But appreciate all the support and all the fans. Thank you all, too.
Strong run today for Ryan Blaney. Dylan?
And Dave, not the finish ultimately today that
Chase Elliott also
wanted,
with
but good
Dylan
news
Walsh.
is he's on to the championship 4. So let's start with your race today. Led some laps. I know the end didn't go exactly how you wanted to, but what were you battling at the end of the race today?
Yeah, we just got back a little further, obviously, than we had been throughout the day, and you know, track position was everything unless you were just a couple guys. You know, Denny passed his way up through there really well. But yeah, I thought it was a really solid day. We did what we needed to do, I guess, on the driver's side. Hey, we didn't make the owner's thing. That's kind of a double-edged deal. It kind of sucks, but nice to have a shot at the drivers' championship next weekend. Wish we could have got the boss 2 cars in there, so bummed for that, bummed for him. But nonetheless, excited to get out there and give it our best shot to try to get another big trophy.
It's your 3rd straight championship 4 appearance. So how do you prepare this week? How do you get yourself right to go after another title?
Just try to have a strong week of preparation and look through the things that we have access to. Obviously, the spring race was a long time ago, and a lot has changed since then with the cars and just kind of where everybody's at. So, yeah, looking forward to getting out there and you know, really getting home first and thinking through everything, and we'll be ready to go, you know, come next weekend. I don't have any doubt about that.
Chase Elliott going after championship number 2 next week, Marty.
Boy, I tell you what. Yeah, look at this championship 4 here. That's going to race for the title on Championship Sunday in Phoenix, DJ.
Yeah, and look how young this group is.
I know.
I think that's the thing that jumps out at me. But it takes somebody young to do the things some of these guys did to work their way into being a part of that. But this is going to be a great battle.
So Ross Chastain, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, Joey Logano will be the championship 4 next weekend at Phoenix. Both Bell and Chastain going for their first career championship. Logano and Elliott going for their seconds. But yeah, a 29-year-old, 26, 27, and 32-year-old. Definitely the youngest overall championship 4 we've had in the current points system that we've had since 2014 of crowning the champion in a single race at Phoenix with the knockout style playoff format. Keegan McPants, thanks for tuning in. The racing analysts say the inside lane is best at Martinsville. Well, for 499 laps it is, but the final lap, not really. Unbelievable. It's hard to describe really what you see. When you see something for the first time ever, and you're just in shock, in awe, no matter what it is, it's hard to put into words, and this is definitely one of those circumstances. We do have to go through the full field running order. We have to crown a champion in the playoff Martinsville race for fantasy as well as we get through the end of the live stream here. I got Christopher Bell, your winner. Margin of victory, 0.8 of a second over Kyle Larson, who ended up finishing in second place. Ryan Blaney ended up finishing third. Brad Keselowski fourth. And Ross Chastain finishes fifth and locks himself in by 4 points. Actually, him and Elliott were both only 4 points ahead of Denny Hamlin at the end there. But needless to say, Chastain will be racing with a shot at the championship next week at Phoenix. Denny Hamlin finishes sixth. He was the first driver below the cutoff line on points. He was -4 to both Elliott and Chastain there at the checkered flag. Joey Logano ends up finishing in 7th. William Byron 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Chase Briscoe fell back to 10th at the end on those old tires. And that is your top 10 for tonight's race. Chase Elliott will finish in 11th. He'll have a shot at the championship. Still only two of the last 10 races Elliott has had top 10s in, which is crazy. But he is still in the championship 4 despite that kind of a slow spell over the last month and a half, 2 months, or really 2.5 months for Chase Elliott. So we'll see if he can get it go in the right direction again next week. Much like Homestead last week, though, he ran towards the front of the field all day. It was just a pit strategy under the cautions that kind of took him out of it. I mean, the right call was to pit because Bell ended up winning the race on that strategy call. Blaney ended up third on it. He just didn't get through traffic quite as quick as the 12 and the 20 and ended up actually losing time on the restart as well. So 11th place finish for Elliott. Harrison Burton with a good run today finishes in 12th. Daniel Suarez 13th. Ty Gilliland 14th. Cole Custer fell back to 15th after restarting in 2nd on that final restart. Eric Almirola in 16th rather. 17th was Kevin Harvick. Michael McDowell 18th. He was the last car in the lead lap. First car lap down, Eric Jones in 19th. Ty Gibbs 20th. Mark Truex Jr. 21st. Corey LaJoie 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd. AJ Allmendinger 24th. Chris Buescher 25th. Noah Gragson 26th. Austin Cindric 27th. Justin Haley 28th. Cody Ware 29th. Kyle Busch 30th. J.J. Haley 31st. Ty Dillon in 32nd. Landon Castle 33rd. Austin Dillon 34th. B.J. McLeod 35th. Tyler Reddick 36th. Everybody from Ty Dillon on back DNF today. So 5 drivers failed to finish this race. Man, Kyle Busch 6 laps down at Martinsville on speed. That's just... I mean, literally on speed alone, he got beat by Cody Ware. Yikes. And probably J.J. Yaley if Yaley didn't go for a spin earlier, lose a bunch of laps. Still finished the race, he just lost a bunch of laps. .746 is a track record, 1986 by Greg Sachs and a modified. Well, not anymore. Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, Chastain's was a 10th off of that. But yeah, the modifieds, though, they're lighter, they're open wheel, they have more downforce, so they're able to make quicker lap times than, a stock car or even a late model would around Martinsville. Crazy. I didn't say that what Ross Chastain did was illegal. If there is anybody in the chat saying it's illegal, it's legal. There's nothing in a rule book that says against it. I'm just saying future races going forward. Kind of as Briscoe, talked about what's going to happen as a wormhole because of what he did in later races. I guarantee if NASCAR doesn't do anything, changing, whether it's changing the wall, which I don't think they're going to change the wall because you have to have safer barrier there for when guys hit, the wall normally. You have to have safer barrier there. So I don't really think you can change the wall. I think you just have to change the rule, honestly. And it's not just Martinsville. I mean, you think of like New Hampshire, Gateway, those are flat tracks where you can virtually do the same thing. So it's not like it's just one track. A little faster speeds at those other tracks, so maybe it'd be a little more daring to do it, but I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, when we saw, I'm trying to think, was it, Larson last year at Darlington was kind of the first to try something like that. And that almost kind of, can't talk. That almost kind of opened up a wormhole this year at Darlington even. Because Sheldon Creed did it in the Xfinity series. Now, the instances with those is that it didn't work. So I think that's why NASCAR didn't really care. But it did open up a little bit of a wormhole. And because those two guys did it, Chastain had the ability, okay, well, let me try doing that at Martinsville instead of Darlington. So it worked at Martinsville. Yeah, I don't know. It'll just be interesting to see. I think it would be the right decision to, make a rule change going forward. Again, that does not change or discredit anything Chastain did today. I'm not saying that. I'm not doing that. But definitely slower speed is what makes it the perfect scenario. Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes it more susceptible, here probably than any other track like I mentioned. Those other flatter tracks, it could happen. I don't know if it would work out quite the same. So maybe it's just a Martinsville thing they have to do. But I feel like if they just make that rule change for every track, then it would just you wouldn't have to worry about this happening again in the future. .500 laps. Alrighty. So that wraps up pretty much the race recap. We do have to take a look at fantasy, see who won the fantasy league standings this week. I forgot my fantasy lineup, so I don't even think I'm going to worry about my team because I forgot my lineup. Yeah, I had Reddick. I'm not gonna worry about my team. I know my team didn't do good. I forgot my lineup. We have a tie for the win this week between Jordan 1199 and Inside Uranus at 243 points. So a couple co-winners at Martinsville this weekend in fantasy. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan finishes in third with 242 points. Dark Crypto fourth with 226 points. P-Shat Motorsports rounds out the top 5 with 206 points this weekend. Take a look at who the two winners had in their fantasy lineups. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain. And as far as where they're ranking on points for the day, when you factor in the stage points and the race results, they were all top 8. And I think Elliott was the only one of those that finished outside the top 10, really outside the top 6. And he ended up finishing in 11th. And then Inside Uranus literally had the same exact team, so that's why they tied. And their bonus points were exactly the same, too. Bonus points, 20 bonus points for both of them then, out of the potential 40. Check just to make sure. Yep. They both had the same drivers in their bonus points, too. Larson beating Truex and then Hamlin beating Byron. So that is that. Hamlin scored the most points today of any driver and also led the most laps. 203 laps led for Hamlin today. Bell led 150 and won the race. Definitely a Toyota-dominated day, at least between those two. There's no other Toyotas with anywhere close to contention for a top 10, let alone a win, other than those two. Well, Bubba Wallace had a top 10. I'll take that back. He had a good race today. But as far as contention for the win, yeah, Hamlin and Bell were light years ahead of everybody else. From the Toyota standpoint, for the win, Larson led 69 laps to start the race after qualifying on the pole, and then Chase Elliott led 54 today. I think those were the only drivers, well, and then Briscoe led 25 by staying out of the pits at the end. But those were the only drivers to lead laps the entire race, so we only had 5 different leaders. And a few lead changes between them, but it ended up being a good race, I thought. From start to finish, pretty good. A little dull at stage 2. Not from a racing standpoint, but just for the battle for the lead because Hamlin was pulling away from everybody. But I thought it was a good short track race. I like to see at the end when you saw the aggressiveness work up and guys are using each other up. I like that it didn't result in crashes. I mean, I think that's pretty much universally spoken. Most race fans, favorite racing is when drivers are on the edge of control and they're not wrecking and not wrecking each other. So they gave each other enough respect that they weren't dumping each other corner after corner at the end of the race. So I think we can all say that this was a pretty good race and definitely a fun one to watch. Logano's calling for a rule change. Yeah, so that's what I'm... Yeah, that's pretty much right on cue. I feel like there definitely will be one for sure. Maybe not right away, but like in the off season or something. Definitely before we go back next year. No, I mean, I think there should be a rule change. I'm just saying in the future, because it's an integrity with racing is basically what it comes down to. The track is not designed for you to ride the wall all the way around to make a fast lap. That's not what the track is designed for. The asphalt is designed for you to do that, not the wall. So I feel like that's where kind of the integrity comes into play. And that could be part of why maybe nobody else has ever really tried it before. I don't think that really has to play a lot into it. I mean, I'm sure drivers have thought about it and they're like, no, I don't want to do it that way. Or, they didn't think it was going to work. It's probably a combination, probably both of those things. Why we've never really seen it before. I don't think you would have seen this in like the Gen 4 era too. I mean, the cars generally, I know there's next gen safety issues, but the cars generally now are safer than what they obviously were 15, 20 plus years ago. So, and obviously there's no safer barrier, most of the Gen 4 days too. So that'd be a little more dangerous to do it then. But yeah, with the safety implements involved, it kind of made it more possible for something like that to take place too. But thanks for everybody tuning in today. That is going to wrap up our stream. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. Our goal was 200 likes. We only got to 138. So try to get to 150 here as we're closing the stream out if you guys haven't done it already. But have a good one, everybody. Have a fun rest of your Sunday night. Hopefully enjoy today's live commentary coverage of the race. And hopefully you guys tune in for more of these next year. We'll be having them all season long. For all three series, Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series, all season long next year. Next week, likely not going to do it because I'm very much likely going to Phoenix for the championship race weekend, so there'll be race highlight videos from the grandstands there. We'll do some video game streams during the week and then some other types of videos and streams throughout the course of the offseason. Reaction videos of watching some old NASCAR stuff will be uploaded every Monday on the channel during the offseason and then leading into next year as well. And then also during the offseason, I'll be watching some old NASCAR races. Every Thursday we'll be live streaming. Not sure on a start time for those yet, but be live streaming some old NASCAR races every Thursday, pretty much going forward, both for the offseason and the season next year as well. I want to try that. So hopefully guys, you are wanting to watch that stuff. But yep, live commentary will only be on the video game side of things until next season starts with the Busch Light Clash. Once the Clash at the Coliseum is back, we'll be doing live commentary because I don't plan on going to that race next year. So we will be right here. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Appreciate your support, as always, on this journey to becoming a commentator for future real NASCAR races down the road. You guys help me out a ton. Appreciate the support, as always. It's been a great year in 2022. We've grown this channel so much. I mean, it might seem like it at face value to some people and maybe not to some people, but in my eyes, seeing the analytics every day, or looking at it most days, I don't look at it every day, but I look at it most days, and just seeing where we went from last season to this season, we hit 1,000 subscribers right at the end of last year, and this year we've more than tripled that, so greatly appreciate you guys watching, and we'll try to hit 10,000 next year. I think that's definitely obtainable. Thanks for everybody. See you guys next time. And again, have a good rest of your Sunday night.